Pro are definitely the better team, and if we don't win this match, we don't deserve to be in the LCS, so we have to win.
I don't think they should completely underestimate us, and that they should still try their best if they want to win, else they will have a hard time, I guess. They are strong players, strong Kennedy players, but I know that if something goes really wrong, that they can tilt really fast.
It's easier to be an underdog like Misfits. If they lose, it's like, oh, everyone expected us to lose. We are not only better as a team, but also better as individuals. I think we have better play on every role. So I just don't know how we can lose.
If we have Gabe or Rengar on your jungle, he's gonna win in the game, no matter what. I want to show how good we are, and we are not that bad, so that's why I want to win the system and show them. We are a very strong player, and we can make it happen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European Challenger Series. We're coming to you live from beautiful Berlin as the battle for a spot in the European LCS promotion tournament reaches a crescendo. As you can see, the players were hyped getting ready backstage, and they are setting themselves up and preparing for some incredible League of Legends today. Of course, it's Schalke taking on the Misfits in our first game here. Now, I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and joining me today is James Stress O'Leary on the caster desk. It's going to be an exciting one, James. Some interesting strategies played out from these teams across the split.
Yeah, looking forward to a great series. This is the time where Schalke have to prove everything they talked about in the beginning of our show. You heard Vander say if they don't make it, and Lulek said if they don't win here, they don't make it into LCS, they don't deserve it, they got to go through Misfits, who are going to be a very tough opponent.
That they are. Here's how the team stood after the Challenger Series round robin. Schalke taking first spot pretty convincingly. Paris Saint-Germain, Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy rounded out those playoffs positions, and then Team Kinguin and Millennium were in the rear of the table.
It was the mad dash for the last playoff spots at the end of the Challenger Series round robin. 5 teams were still in the running to take the last 3 remaining spots, and this is how it's ended up.
That it has. The top 4 teams now battle it out for a chance to fight for their spot in the European LCS. Next week, Fnatic Academy will be taking on Paris Saint-Germain. An incredible matchup there.
Yeah, so much on the line in both of these matches, but you've got to look at the history going into next week's match as well. The added bite of it being Yellow Star on PSG going up against Fnatic's Academy lineup. So that's next week. I want to know about today. Today is an exciting matchup too.
That it is. Of course, Schalke taking on Misfits tonight. One team will emerge victorious and take that spot in the coveted European LCS promotion tournament. We'll bring you a best of 5 between Schalke 04 and Misfits Academy. Let's go through those lineups to start us off. Schalke 04 will be starting it up. Top lane is Smithy J, jungle is Lulex, mid lane is Selfie, their AD carry upset, support Vander, and their coach Veteran.
That is the Schalke lineup. They will be starting on the blue side, whereas on the red side of the Rift are the Misfits Academy lineup. In the top lane, it is Jizu. In the jungle is Pride Stalker. Mid lane is CosQ. AD carry Yuki. Support Dreams. And returning to the LCS stage is their coach, Unlimited.
Now, I think you have to talk about Schalke when we start off this discussion. They were undefeated across the entire split, arguably the best Challenger Series team we have ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people compare them to Origin, but even Origin dropped a game in their final week. So Schalke, the so-called perfect split, 10-0. You heard Vander talk a lot. This team, they feel like it's very disciplined. Like the team themselves are all in a good spot, and you can kind of see it in the pedigree of their players when you look at their history too.
Yeah, there's a lot of history behind some of these players as well. Selfie and Smithy J have been in promotion tournaments before, actually got their teams promoted, and then gone on to no longer play for the organization that got promoted. Selfie actually played for Misfits Academy in the promotion tournament last split, and now he's playing against his old team to try and get Schalke to that promotion tournament.
Maybe a little bad blood there, but it's all about in-game, and in-game is where Schalke have looked absolutely dominant. And obviously, a lot of that is from their objective focus gameplay. They've taken 90% of their first towers in the game. Like, that's an incredible statistic. And you take into account, you were talking about it yesterday on the post-game lobby, they've taken 5 towers for any time they've ever lost one. So Schalke are a tough, tough cookie to crack.
Misfits will be looking to see if they can make that cookie crumble. They had roster struggles early on, of course, in the Challenger Series. Had to bring in Kadir for week 1 quite late, and then Pride Stalker subbed in after Kadir had to leave to pursue his studies. Yeah,
and Pride Stalker, he started out a little up and down. We saw a few games come through, had a Rengar game that didn't hit the mark despite everybody talking about how good his Rengar was. But I think Misfits Academy grew quite a lot throughout the last few weeks of the split. Dreams has stayed consistent when you look at the Misfits Academy lineup down in that support role. And this is a team that I think can do well against Schalke. It is an uphill battle, but in the last game of the split against Schalke, Misfits Academy were leading for the early game and actually took it to Schalke in what was a surprising start to the game.
And that's where Misfits thrive as well, in those active games. You know, they want lots of kills, lots of deaths. They actually are the team with the highest number of kills and assists and also the highest number of deaths. So they really like those. They like the team fight focused games, and Schalke haven't really been drawn into that thus far by any of the teams they've faced.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where Misfits could end up doing very well. Normally, their early game for Misfits Academy isn't the greatest, but obviously anything can happen. We saw in that first half of the last game of the split that Misfits Academy were doing well enough. Maybe now with 2 extra weeks of practice, they know that they've been set to go up against Schalke. Maybe you start camping Selfie like we saw other teams do, if he's on something that scales later into the game.
Exactly. It worked for Millennium when he was on that Kassadin. Getting the early kills against him really forced Misfits Schalke behind. It's actually one of the few games we've seen Schalke behind in gold at that 20-minute mark. They were still able to win it, but sometimes you just have to put them in a position that they're uncomfortable with. That's what Misfits will be looking to do.
And that's the key thing, though, is like you look at the PSG Schalke games all the way from week 2. PSG had a good early game, right? And then Schalke came back later into the game. It seems like when Schalke start grouping, when they start looking for the bigger objectives on the map, whether it's a team fight before Baron or, you know, the further we go through the Drake counter, that's where Schalke really start actually ramping up their decision-making and how clean they play as a team.
I do want to come back to that PSG point, because we did see PSG early on actually take a lead against Schalke, but I think a lot of the reason Schalke won that game was PSG misplaying rather than Schalke playing it incredibly well. So I feel now, Misfits, if Pride Soccer's had a couple more weeks to settle in, perhaps he can force Lulex behind a little bit more and we'll see Schalke out of their comfort zone. We are into Champion Select for the first game of this best of 5. Schalke on the blue, Misfits Academy on the red, and it's a Lulu ban straight away from Schalke.
And that's been a staple ban in the EU Challenger Series. Everybody's been banning Lulu, even before we started seeing it in the LCS. Now we're taking away some of the earlier game combinations. You can see at least we've seen paired very well with Renekton very commonly, but not in this game. Misfits Academy going to take that away from Lulex.
Yeah, and the Shen band coming out as well from Schalke. Shen banned in almost every LCS game this week on 7.5. Not too surprising to see that impactful top laner taken away from Misfits. Jace as well. Actually, Misfits deciding they don't want to give Schalke the ability to ramp up with an AD mid laner.
And we've seen mid laners really take that Jace. Like Febiven in the LCS has been looking so strong in it. You have to imagine Selfie's had a lot of time to practice and play it now. Jace has been in the meta for so long, and that's an Akali ban.
That's a little bit of a shock, although, of course, it was mentioned yesterday on the post-game lobby that Akali is one of those champions that kind of sits right at the edge of the meta. Can do really well.
I think that was a little bit more trolling than anything.
Yes.
Lulex is smiling, so we'll see. I mean, one thing is for certain, Schalke can't afford to underestimate Misfits Academy right now. CosQ used to be an Akali main.
Yeah.
When he came initially into the into Challenger Series, that's what he was known for. We've had a couple of bans now go through. Gragas has come out as a ban from Misfits Academy.
And it is a Graves lock-in straight away for Schalke. The contested picks I thought would be Graves and Nautilus, so not too surprised to see Lulex pick up a strong jungler early on.
And I like if this Tahm Kench goes through for Misfits Academy, it gives them playmaking ability. Rengar is what Pride Stalker has been known for and is available. Despite the fact there were a few nerfs on 7.5, Contracts would like a word with anybody who says that Rengar is not a good jungler anymore, because he was unstoppable in one of the games yesterday in the NALCS.
Exactly, and this shows confidence for Misfits Academy as well, because the last time Pride Soccer got Rengar in Challenger Series, it did not go well for them at all. They put a bit of confidence in him. They say, look, we practiced for a couple more weeks, we'll give him the Rengar, and we'll hope that he can work his magic early on.
Now, where do we go from this? It's AD carry has had a high prioritization. That's where we're getting the lock-in here. This forces Misfits Academy to now pick up something they want to play into the Caitlyn, whether it's the Ashe, whether it's the Ezreal or the Jhin we've seen quite a lot. Jhin has fallen quite far down and generally is only played into a lot of the Ezreal right now, so that's likely what this third pickup from Misfits Academy will be.
What will Schalke be looking at here? Are they going to... Well, it's a lot easier for you now because they lock in the Orianna, but the question I was going to ask is, do you go for something like a support, because you know supports are going to get banned out by Misfits Academy on the next rotation?
Well, you look at it, Vander is very comfortable, and now you've got a Caitlyn. You compare almost anything, even like a Nami with this. The reason they are picking this Orianna is now they get the absolute safe mid lane matchup. They can ban out Syndra in this second phase of bans on the side of Schalke Academy, and suddenly Misfits Academy have to go to a scaling mid laner, and you're forcing CosQ later into the game.
So Ashe is the next pickup for Misfits. They've got their bot lane locked in. They are going to focus those bans down towards the support role as well, with the Karma being taken away from Vander. It's going to be a very interesting matchup in that bot lane, because Upset and Vander have been sort of the quiet lane for Schalke, whereas Yuki and Dreams have been the loud lane for Misfits Academy.
And it's Vander, so you would normally expect him to go something like a Thresh. However, with Tahm Kench locked in, probably not the single target crowd control champion you're looking for on that one. So with Karma banned away, this might even be like a Nami ban coming through if they don't want any kind of high lane presence support. It isn't quite in the meta, but we have seen Nami played around the globe a couple of times here and there.
The question is where Vander then goes after that. Now, there's still top lanes to be picked for both of the teams
maybe?
As well. Renekton is still on the cards, as you say. Camille is going to be the ban for Misfits Academy. Now, LeBlanc's got all the way through this as well, and you were talking about aggressive mid laners. LeBlanc seems to really fit into that role at the moment.
Well, the problem with LeBlanc right now is that, I mean, she did get nerfed. We saw Caps not have such a good time on her in the EU LCS, but we did also then see a couple of other matchups that went a lot better. So we might see it, but I wouldn't say it's like a guaranteed lock-in here. LeBlanc doesn't punish Oriana specifically that hard in the lane, so it can be difficult.
Now, looking towards seeing what they're going to pick. Of course, we have seen a few Echoes being played recently. You've got the LeBlanc, you've got a lot of safe mid laners. Cassiopeia is one of CosQ's favorites.
Yep. Absolutely. Seen CosQ playing Cassiopeia for the last 2 years here in Challenger, so anytime that is a scaler that he needs in the mid lane, that typically is the one he picks up.
And they're leaving their top laner for last here as well, which is interesting because
he locks it.
It is going to be the Thresh lock-in for Vander, which we talked about a little bit with the Tahm Kench being partly a counter because as soon as you hook someone, you devour them. But the top lane pick being left for last for Misfits Academy seems odd to me because Jisoo has not been their carry focus a lot of the time.
And right here, Smitty J can pick Nautilus and neutralize a lot of any carry potential. If there's a Renekton that comes out here, we might just see a tank versus tank matchup be the final place this top lane settles. Now, this is Schalke saying, okay, we can't hook the AD carry, but let's go for the Tahm Kench. Let's maybe try and kill Dreams in lane. And Jisoo, you talked about how maybe he hasn't been a carry. He's going to have to do some work in teamfights here with this Rumble. Obviously has that teamfight presence, the ability to also push Nautilus in the laning phase. But if Misfits Academy end up falling behind, they've only really got Tahm Kench as a front line here.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup, especially around that 20-minute mark. The last time actually we saw Misfits Academy ahead at the 20-minute mark was in week 1 of the European Challenger Series.
With a different jungler.
Especially like with a different jungler and with a different composition here. A lot of their composition in this seems to scale from mid-game to late game.
Right.
Cassio's a bit late, but they've got a lot of damage in those mid-game teamfights.
But at the same time, Schalke don't have a composition that I anticipate will take over from minute 1 in this game. Nautilus will get pushed in the early game against Rumble. You've got a farming jungler in Graves and a mid laner that needs a little extra time as well. So it's only possibly bot lane that is a bully matchup. But as we load into this game, Vander doesn't stick with the Ignite. It changes over to Exhaust at the last second.
Of course, Exhaust nerfs on 7.5, so I'm surprised we're not seeing more Ignites across the board, but we are going to line up on the Rift once again. If you guys want to get involved, make sure you tweet us with the hashtag EUCS. If you think Schalke 04 will continue their winning spree, it's hashtag S04 win. And if you think Misfits Academy can topple the giants of Schalke, it's hashtag MFA win. I want to look a little bit at bottom lane. We talked a little bit as we get onto the Summoner's Rift because Yuki has been the highest damage dealing AD carry of any player in the Challenger Series. Alongside that, he's been the highest damage dealing player of any player in the EUCS. And here they've given him the Ashe Tahm Kench into a Caitlyn Thresh matchup.
Yeah.
How do you feel Yuki's going to be able to use that to help Misfits?
I think Ashe isn't a particularly bad matchup into Caitlyn in like a 1v1 sense. I mean, obviously bot lane is 2v2 overall. It kind of is support dependent now. If Vander can ever land a hook on someone like Dreams early, chunk him down, that then denies the ability of Tahm Kench to have any kind of presence in the lane. So it is a rough one. Tahm Kench typically does save a lot of playmaking ability for his AD carry against a champion like Thresh, but you can punish the Tahm Kench at the same time. Now, the reason you haven't got Ignite in this matchup for Vander is I assume it's to do with shutting out this Rengar, this Cassiopeia as well. Champions that you can still utilize the Exhaust very well against. And there's not a lot of kill pressure with that Tahm Kench in the lane, so you're not always going to be getting them low. I do still think Upset and Vander will be playing this a very aggressive style in the lane. Tends to be how they like to play.
That it is, indeed. And Lulex as well. Very aggressive early on with these junglers. We've seen him play a lot of Kha'Zix across the split. Tends to be quite far ahead of his enemy opponents when we get towards that mid game. But here you say he's playing more of a carry or a scaling jungler. He wants to farm up quite a bit on this Graves. Pridestalker might have an opportunity early on to get some ganks off while Lulex is still farming up.
He may do, and you can see that Misfits Academy are denying the jungle invade start out of Lulex for the Raptors. Lulex has started with a control ward. You can see will just get placed in that bush. That's defending anybody coming down from the side from Misfits Academy. And we've seen so many LCS teams do this. You move in with the jungler like Graves that has this fast clear on the small Raptors. You take them away, and now Pridestalker is going to be missing about a third of a level at least when he inevitably comes back around. Does smite down the Raptor, but having to use that smite early on there actually is going to be a little frustrating for Pridestalk. He doesn't get a max amount of experience from that camp. Lulex hit level 2 as well.
Yeah. A lot of the experience in that camp sits in those little razor beaks, the babies, rather than in the adults. Youth can be wiser than age at points, but it does mean Pride Stalker's a little bit behind. And now we're just going to see, how Misfits decide to approach this early in mid-game.
But look at what Lulex does here. He goes instantly to his Raptors, puts the ward down to deny Pride Stalker doing the same, and then I imagine Lulex is going to go towards his red buff and end up taking that. That typically is the defensive pathing. That way, Pride Stalker couldn't go to his blue and then instantly invade. So Lulex is reacting to prevent Pride Stalker from equalizing, and eventually Lulex will come out ahead around about that level 4 mark. Level 5 might be the tipping point on that experience exchange.
So as we were building up towards picks and bans, we talked a lot about how Schalke are the objective-focused team. They like to get these early towers. They like to shut the enemy out of the game, not through killing them, but rather just taking down those structures. Misfits Academy, to me, seem to have a much better team, especially early on, at trying to go towards those turrets. You've got Abyssal Voyage, you've got the Equalizer you can lay down behind a tower, you've got relatively good siege, you've got pick potential with the Arrow and with the Rengar. Is there a possibility that Misfits can, if they play the mid-game well, actually catch Schalke off guard?
Absolutely, there's a possibility there. You look at somebody like Selfie, who has at times been known to play quite forward in the lane, so if you see that in mid lane, you can get on top of him unless like Ghost and Flash are available. Selfie is susceptible, but right now it's a little early for that. You saw Pride Stalker cross over a ward, the one that Lulex had placed earlier to defend his Raptors. He didn't actually get pinged out by Schalke, but you have to think they saw him there in the lane. You can see Selfie now playing a little bit further back. They know the vision control has gone over to Misfits Academy on the bottom side of the river, and that's why he's playing towards top side now, always grouping up towards Lulex, towards that control ward, because there's no way Pride Stalker can be coming from that side.
And part of it is what we talk about a lot of the time, push potential early on. Which lane's going to be pushing up past that river mark? Which lane's going to be able to react quicker to you? Lulex has come up towards the top side, but I think Jisoo may have smelt this one out. Went for the ward. They've spotted as well Pride Stalker on the ward towards those Razor Beaks, and now Jisoo is caught in the river. Flashes away straight away, trying to slow Lulex down. Pride Stalker needs to react. He's going to blast Stone across. It's going to be a 2v2 in the river. And neither team decides they want the fray.
Exactly. Now Schalke pull back away from this exchange because there's no point in taking this fight. Lulex hasn't had an opportunity to go back yet, whereas Pride Stalker has. Lulex, with that, has also got a little bit of an experience and advantage still out of that jungle trade early on. So already Schalke getting the flash is a win enough for them, but it's not enough to have a gold advantage. You can see Cosq, because they were forcing Selfie to be a little more passive, has got himself a lane advantage.
Ever so slightly. It's not a huge one, and we have already seen Selfie go back, so Cosq pushes the wave forward. Selfie now comes back. We'll equalize that a little bit, probably be about 5 or 6 behind at the end of it all. It's not the end of the world for either of those mid laners. But I want to bring it back to Jisoo because he's an often overlooked member of Misfits Academy. Of course, came across from the Korean challenger scene, played for Ever 8 there for a split. But he is quite inexperienced as a top laner, and perhaps his inexperience showed a little bit there with him going a little bit too far forward when they didn't know where Lulex was. Now he's burnt his flash and he can't utilize the push potential of this Rumble in that lane.
Yeah, exactly. Now if Jisoo pushes out in the lane, Lulex is coming back around, and you've got a Nautilus alongside him that's soon to hit level 6, and that's a very dangerous point. Here's the hook in the bottom lane, onto the trap, but just damage.
Yuki's in a good position there as well to put damage back onto Upset. Like, it's great to get damage down onto the Dreams, but if Yuki can step forward, which he's known for being aggressive, Upset takes more of a negative trade, and Dreams has more pots than Upset does, so he'll be happy enough with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot easier for them to trade on the back half if there's health left on that Tahm Kench. You can see they only did a couple of autos after that trap had landed, so it's not like they basically got Tahm Kench in kill range.
Yeah.
So Yuki can step forward and punish effectively. That's the other side of the volley as well. If you're out and get caught by it as Caitlyn, you still take a lot of damage on the back half of that trade.
Jisoo's actually just used his teleport up towards the top side. Smitty's used his as well, so perhaps a delaying of those fights that we talked about earlier on. The Rumble's not going to be able to get there. Lulex once again focusing up towards that top side. He knows if he can shut Jisoo down, he takes a lot away from Misfits. Pride Stalker's going to spot him out. And once again, I think both these teams are just going to play safe for the time being.
It's not been the worst reaction out of Pride Stalker after having the rocky start that we had.
In all honesty, I think it's been a very good reaction because he has tended to go behind and then not be able to get back into it. He's equal on CS, he's finished his first jungle item, and he hasn't been going for too aggressive plays. He's actually ahead on experience over Lulex.
Yeah, and a lot of that is because Lulex now twice has come topside and has got a flash the first time, but then the second time doesn't actually get anything from it. So it was only a minor exchange when it comes to that experience early on, but Lulex might be caught out here. Flash forward from Kozku.
Kozku going in, Lulex is going to flash away as well. Here's the Grave Summoner burn and delays his jungle a little bit, but it's not the end of the world for Lulex.
Yeah, I actually think that favors Lulex more because Kozku wants... Oh, there's the shockwave.
Shockwave onto Kozku, tries to put the
turn.
Petrifying Gaze back. Here's the Thrill of the Hunt as well. Pricestalker might look for a fight here. Not for the time being, of course. It's got a very long cooldown on that ultimate.
First of all, it was composure out of Kozku. Flashed forward onto Lulex, but realized that the ultimate wouldn't have connected, so didn't actually cast it. Holds on to that ultimate because he knows he's going to need that if Selfie ends up shockwaving him in the lane, and that's what ends up happening. So Kozku doesn't quite catch it on that exchange because Selfie was prepared for it too. So both mid laners, little micro decisions, all play out kind of back and forth. Exchange of ultimates and a couple of summoners, but now Kozku is more vulnerable. He's got no flash. If we see that Thresh come mid or the Nautilus come mid, double hooks maybe might see them catching out Kozku.
A lot of this portion of the game, from about the 8 to the 20-minute mark, is going to be about which support rotates quicker, which support's able to get there faster, because if the Thresh is there, you've got the threat of the hook. If the Tahm Kench is there, you can always have the threat of getting licked to death, and as well, he can devour up anyone who is caught. Now, Dreams has been slightly pushed off towards the side here by Schalke. Offset's just going to continue the damage down, but shouldn't be the end of the world. Kozku's going to go in onto Selfie, gets the Twin Fangs out, Noxious Blast comes down as well. Now, Kozku's just going to retreat away, has popped the Ghost.
Yep.
And Lulex came up as well.
Both Ghosts popped. You got to look at it though, the cooldown on the Shockwave is coming up soon, so Kozku can't afford another trade like that. It was good damage up front, and you can see Kozku has got himself a lead when it comes to CS again. And we'll see whether Kozku can actually make that work out in his advantage anymore. He is able to clear out these waves when it starts coming to him, but you can see the push potential of this Orianna already coming through.
Kozku, of course, a player who's been a stalwart of the Challenger scene. He's actually been in every single Challenger Series playoff tournament and has never won it or got through to the LCS, so he'll be striving quite hard here to show that he has the fortitude to get through to that LCS.
Yeah, closest he got, I believe, was when Lowland Lions White played in the first spring split of 2015.
It's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago.
Although actually it's not, if you look at it in pure mathematical terms, only about 2 years ago, which isn't that long when you think about it, but in the terms of esports, in the growth and development we have seen in the Challenger scene especially, it seems like an aeon ago.
It does. It's making me all...
nostalgic.
Oh, yeah, that was the first one that me and Pulse did. That was... Anyway, moving on from sentimental feelings at this point, it's all about Pridestalker coming mid lane with his ult. Selfie has his flash.
Gonna flash away straight away. Bowler doesn't connect either. Second one does. Here's the shockwave. Miasma comes down. Pridestalker might go in. Kozku solo, but gets burst blood. He's gonna die to the... No, he's not! Oh, Kozku! That was edge of your seat stuff as Kozku just about survives.
So close to Kozku ending up dead under tower. Walked back in range.
That was
good. First ult out of Pridestalker. I believe this is the second of the game. Actually getting onto Selfie. They force the flash out, follow in, and get the damage down after it. Misfits Academy, this is looking more like their second game against Schalke than what everybody had predicted.
11 minutes in, they're 1,200 gold to the good. They are playing incredibly well. They have CS leads in most of the lanes. Once again, let's look at this because Pridestalker sets this up all by himself. Yeah,
Pridestalker goes in. Kozku, however, is able to put the Miasma down, gets at least a little bit extra damage, and it's enough to take Selfie out, and then, woo, that was close.
I think the Twin Fangs killing a minion just gave him that little bit extra health back that he needed. I want to come back to Pridestalker because before, like yesterday in the post-game lobby, today we've been talking about him and saying he's the member of Misfits that really needed to step up. You know, he needed to show that he was a good replacement for Kadir. At the moment, he's 20 CS up basically over Lulex. He's had one great effective gank that's got themselves a kill, and he's a level ahead of this Graves.
Yeah, it's a good start for Pridestalker. The only thing that Misfits have to be careful of with this is that they're taking... Okay, let me start this again. What Misfits Academy need to do is when they get kills from players like this, they need more from it. And that is what this Graves jungle on the other side will actually punish very hard to do. And that's champion specific rather than lineup specific. Like if Graves moves in, gets a kill in a lane, the tower is gone. Or at least loses enough health that you push it down very easily. So Schalke have better punish on the back side, and that's what I want to see somehow Misfits Academy looking to do, whether it's teleporting in with Jisoo, looking for the dive behind the tower. This is a Nautilus, though. Oh, wow, that damage.
Knock up with a depth charge. Pridestalker's going to get himself away, and Jisoo will burn through the Nautilus. Fire beats water, and now Misfits will look for the first tower.
And this is what we were talking about. They have to push onto the tower and get it down on the backside. Schalke will be able to react, I think, with the tower kill, but there are still 2 members of Misfits Academy behind this tower, so Schalke need to wait and respect the minion wave dying underneath them. They have to wait for the next one. They may not even get this.
That is the first time Misfits Academy have ever taken first tower in a game, and it's only the second time Schalke have ever lost first tower in a game. Misfits showing up big. Those 2 weeks they had to prep and prepare for this game seem to be paying off.
This is looking a lot better. Schalke get denied on the bottom side as well, so Misfits Academy, this is what they needed. They get the first kill, they utilize it well, and look, now Pridestalker has a 2-level advantage on Lulex. Flash forward.
No flash for Selfie. Miasma comes down. Twin Fang Shockwave does knock him back, and Selfie just about survives. But Cosq has the number of Selfie.
That was a great Shockwave to catch Pridestalker at the same time.
Hello?
Oh! just off target for Yuki, but I think this is what Misfits Academy needed, was to come out in game 1 looking very strong compared to the Schalke lineup. Of course, this is a best of 5, so we need to see them maintain this. If they can keep up this pace, Schalke, this is looking a little more dire than we've seen in quite some time.
This is a situation we haven't really seen at all for Schalke as well. You know, they've gone behind on objectives, they've gone behind on gold. We are still early on, and Schalke have shown us once before that they can come back from a gold deficit. But at the moment, all of the pressure, all of the map awareness, all of the vision is in favor of Misfits.
Yeah, now Jisoo going to continue to push up on the top side. You can see this ward will spot out Lulex as ping's gone down on him. This might cause Misfits Academy to go aggressive onto him. You can see Pridestalk is motioning down for it. Jisoo's pinging as well. Lulex does have to be careful, but has Selfie around. Shockwave is nearly available if this actually turns into an engage, but Misfits Academy, I don't think are going to be there in time.
Jungle tracking, it's all that really Misfits Academy want out of that. They just want to know where Lulex is. They want to be able to make sure they can keep track of him. Actually going to get behind Upset here. Cosq brought in with the Abyssal Voyage, and Upset is going to get taken out by Cosq. They're looking for the chase onto Vander. He puts down the box. Dreams flashes in for the lick. Vander under turret. Misfits decide they don't want to go any deeper, and they get another kill.
And Misfits Academy want to continue this push onto the tower now because they did lose bot tower. It was the equalizing of the tower that died earlier, and now Schalke, they're going to be a tower down. Misfits Academy are going to continue this aggression, and looking on the top side, arrow whiffs. Looking on the top side, there's no pressure for Schalke in this exchange, so Misfits Academy coming out strong.
And this is what you were talking about in picks and bans. We said Schalke are great at taking an objective when they're losing somewhere else on the map. You know, if they have a lane pushing towards them, they'll go to the other side, they'll get a tower, they'll get a dragon. Misfits have just denied them that the entire time. Now, Upset does get the turret, but the Abyssal Voyage comes in, and the Miasma is superb.
Oh, brilliant Miasma right on top of that Lantern. And Upset gets locked in place. No way to go. And Vander does get out with his life, but still, Misfits Academy continued this push. 3-0. Schalke still yet to get on the board. I don't want to take anything away from Misfits Academy here. They have had a great start. Just got to keep it up.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing as well. Misfits Academy will be running on a high emotionally at the moment. They'll be saying, look, they're ahead of Schalke. And it's very difficult to keep those emotions under check and make sure you still enact your game plan, especially with a mid-game focused team like they have. They need to really play these next 10 to 15 minutes absolutely perfectly.
And they can't be, you know, much happier with this. You've got a Rumble that's got a kill. Leandris has already completed 2 kills onto Cassiopeia, and Cosq, a veteran of being in this stage of Challenger Series. Can't go too much better than that. Now Pridestalker's looking for Dragon on the bottom side. For Schalke, though, you got to go into damage control mode. It's more about how can you react to what Misfits Academy are doing right now with the Shockwave, with this Caitlyn that can slow the game down. Put the traps down in mid, utilize some of that defensive wave clear that comes through, and really halt this aggression.
The anti-siege from Schalke is absolutely incredible. Nautilus with the Riptide, you've got Oriana there, you've got Graves, you've got Caitlyn. It's almost impossible for Misfits to take that second tier of towers. Now, the first tier is a lot easier to get to because you've got the thrill of the hunt, you've got the threat of the dive, but the second tier is where we'll start to see Schalke lay down their bastion of defense.
The difficulty is, for Upset, he's only got 2 ranks right now in W. We even used to see people maxing W for the traps to get to that rank 5 as quickly as possible so you could cover an entire lane. He's put a lot of points in Q. That's what you do for push power, for pushing. That's what they were looking for, that tower on the bottom side. But right now, you can see he's had to space out 3 traps in the front of the lane to try and just catch anybody and slow them down. But eventually, Misfits are going to get this bottom tower unless they mess up this dive. I don't see it happening because Pride Stalker is alongside CosQ. You can see Oriana's backed away. Selfie's not even going to give them the opportunity.
And this is just set up so well by Misfits as well. They get river control with Vision. They have the possibility that Dreams comes across for the Abyssal Voyage.
Yep.
It makes it impossible for even 2 members of Schalke to stand underneath that turret and defend because you always know there could be 4 members of Misfits diving you at any moment.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just a warning shot.
He's got Warlord's Bloodlust though, so he's just going to sustain it straight back up. Now, Schalke are trying to answer. They're trying to go up towards this top side to get the turret. Jisoo will clear out the wave. The question is, do Misfits try and defend this, or do you just give it up?
At this point, there's not enough push power here. Look where the next wave is. Like, Jisoo knew he could just clear that out, and it's another 20 seconds. If Schalke wanted to sit around there doing nothing in topside for 20 seconds, that is fine for Misfits Academy. They'll just make sure mid's pushed, bot's still pushed out, where Selfie is just collecting any farm that he can. Not a lot of options on the map for Schalke right now. It's going to be on the next dragon when it comes out. Uh-oh, that's Cloud. Not really the kind of dragon that you're going to draw Misfits Academy into a fight over. And even if you do, Rumble, Ashe, Cassiopeia, difficult to fight around dragon for Schalke.
We're getting towards the 20-minute mark of this game, Stress, and we talk so often about how strong Schalke are at taking objectives early on, how strong they are at getting a lead at 20 minutes. This is going to be only the second time they have been behind at that 20-minute mark, assuming somehow they don't manage to find a pot of gold with 4,000 gold in it in the next 30 seconds. Yeah.
That would be a monumental turnaround.
Just need a rainbow somewhere.
Well, the one game that, that this did happen with, the PSG series, where PSG had Rise, Sivir. We were like, PSG, they got this game. They're so far ahead. And they did Baron against the poke composition of Schalke. And one shock blast came through, took all the health away from PSG, and the Baron went in the way of Schalke. I don't see that happening quite as easily this game without a big shockwave.
Selfie's going to get jumped on by Pride Stalker. Selfie almost goes down, doesn't manage to get away with the Lantern. Threat of the Hunt's going to come out. The arrow lands onto Selfie. Vander flashed away. Pride Stalker jumps in. The box comes down. Pride Stalker, another bowler comes out. Dream's going to lick him up as well. They're not going to go too much deeper for this. They've already got Selfie. They've got what they came for.
Looked like Vander was trying to make sure he took the arrow, ended up flashing and missing the arrow. Onto the bot lane.
Just doing so much work, even through the exhaust. Abyssal Voyage is going to come out as well, and they could look for this tier 2. Dreams actually just came in to try and help in case Upset and Vander went more aggressive.
And so much of this lead comes from the early Rengar plays. Now Lulex.
Such smart play by Jisoo to come behind the tower. Now Dreams puts the exhaust down onto Lulex, and he's going to be taken out once again. Misfits Academy are on fire.
Misfits Academy is shaken Schalke right now, 5-0. This is such a good start for this team, and so much of it came from Pride Stalker's early plays. The one on mid, and then the one top side to get the tower down, open up the map, and they're denying Schalke's any possibility of getting their itemization to be strong enough to fight these fights, because Pride Stalker catches Selfie, who's coming through the jungle on a greedy path. We'll take another look at this. Vander looked like he was trying to flash into the arrow, I think.
Possibly.
It would have given the slow over and probably had Pride Stalker flash it. I don't know whether I'm being generous to Vander there or making excuses for him, but
it's a tough one for the support to do, because it looked like it was going to miss him in the first instance and definitely would have hit the Oriana, so then he tries to flash for it. It was a stressful moment, so you never know where your mouse quite is, but
I think it's... Someone's going to flame me on Twitter for this. Vander's just trying to save his high KDA right now. That's all it is. He's like, I got 0 deaths in this game. I'm just going to not get hit by this arrow. I'll end on 0 deaths. That's fine.
Of course, Vander was unkilled for the majority of the split. Only died 8 times across the entirety of it. But
Vander is not a KDA player.
No,
it's
he's
okay.
not.
He is not.
No, he is not. He's a great support
Vander
player.
is more of a, I'll throw myself at a situation and normally it works out very well and I don't die for it. So that's where his high KDA came from.
And the fact that Schalke were just destroying any team that they met.
I'm just trying to like make it so that people aren't flaming me that hardcore. It's okay.
So I'll get on Twitter after the game and make sure I direct some flame your way. But the Schalke tank seems to have stalled early on in this game. Maybe they need a little bit more diesel, put that in the tank. Maybe they need to get that clutching gear, because at the moment, Misfits Academy are clutching this one out. 6,000 gold ahead, only 22 minutes into the game. They are looking unstoppable.
You can see the Misfits Academy looking to make a play before a Baron call here. Pop the Rengar ultimate, push everybody out of the jungle. But that Rift Scuttle is there. There's also a Trinket Ward in the Baron pit.
Jisoo flashing away from the dredge line. Oriana's on her way down. Selfie's going to try and get in here. The equalizer does come out, but Jisoo is dead. And now Misfits Academy cannot make that Baron play.
A necessary play out of Schalke, and it pulls Misfits Academy down to that Cloud Drake, which is going to help them, but isn't as significant as looking for a play around Baron, or if this had been an Infernal or something like that. So Schalke will be okay with that play.
Schalke know that trade is going to happen if they go for the play. So.
And now, because Schalke can kind of beat them to the mid lane, they're trying to cut into mid tower. You can see Yuki gets there in time, is able to push it back away. Still, Misfits Academy have a good lead. Far enough ahead in this game that they'll be thinking to themselves, okay, all we got to do is play this out, and we should be able to close out game one.
How do they play out the next few minutes, though? Because we were saying those tier 2s is where it becomes very difficult for Misfits Academy actually to set up a siege. Do you look for a 1-3-1? Do you look for a straight 5-man siege? What is the plan for Misfits?
For Misfits right now, if somebody like Selfie steps forward in the lane too far, just like Jisoo was doing, you bring Dreams in behind them with a Tahm Kench. It's how you punish somebody that's out of position. And whether it's Coscube, Pridestalker, just two people should be enough to deal with Selfie. As Pridestalker has a lot of damage right now. 155 CS out of that jungle roll. And he's done so well this game.
Yeah, once again, you have to come back to him. And we said he seemed to be the weak link. He seemed to have not stepped up to the plate. Well, this is the Pridestalker we know and love from solo queue. He has destroyed Lulex in the jungle early on, has been a level ahead for the majority of the game, since about 8 minutes or so.
And let's not understate it, like this is Pridestalker's first time on the LCS stage. I believe the only other player that hasn't had competition, at least this type of level, is Upset.
Yep.
I know Jisoo played for Ever8, the Challenger team before, but certainly here in Europe, Pridestalker yet to really strut his stuff on stage. He's having a great game one, though.
It's been a huge step up for him. He played for Team Larsen Reborn in the Challenger Series qualifications, one of the teams that was made very hastily before the tournament actually even started. And before that, had never played in a Challenger tournament at all. So it's a very large mountain that he has climbed, and at the moment, he's scaling it incredibly easily.
We'll see how that continues, because this is a best of 5. We have seen things at all levels go awry in best of 5s. But you had it in the World Finals.
That we did. I think you come back to draft as well slightly for this game for Schalke, because they prioritize that Graves, and we've always said their draft has been impeccable across the split. You know, they've always been able to counter draft their opponents. Here, they picked the Graves up first. They gave up the Rengar. It has not worked out for them at all.
Well, Misfits Academy, they are going to get this Baron. It's very quick with that Cassiopeia. It's already gone in their favor. Now they want to look to fight.
Yeah, Abyssal Voyage going to come in. Dreams looking for it. Selfie's going to flash the wall. Misfits Academy will be happy with those summoners.
I think the problem actually has ended up being the Caitlyn Oriana rather than the Graves. I don't mind Caitlyn Ori, but at the same time, they take so long to ramp up in a game that if you're taking a farming jungler and then you show 2 time-focused, like later game carries, suddenly you open yourself up to a very slow playstyle out of Schalke. The Nautilus is normally okay, but also doesn't win this lane against Rumble, so it's difficult. It's difficult for Schalke with this draft to actually get an early game focus, but they can stall the game. Baron makes it a lot more difficult. Misfits have only taken 3 towers, though. At this point, you see a lot of the dominant teams having taken 4 or 5, maybe cracked an inhibitor tower by that time they get that first Baron, and at that point the game is over. Even with this Baron buff, I don't think Misfits Academy are going to be able to do critical damage within the next 2 minutes 30 without getting a good few kills first.
Well, they are looking for it. They're setting up down towards this red side jungle, looking to see if they can get the vision control. And then, of course, as you said, they can Abyssal Voyage Dreams in. It's not up at the moment, still on cooldown for the next 30 seconds or so, but it will be up soon enough. Actually, they're just going to force 4 members bot here, keep Coscu just pushing up that wave in mid, and it's the 4th tower for them straight away.
Yep, exactly. This is what they can do with these inner towers. With the Baron buff, they're quite easy to take. I wouldn't be surprised to see Misfits Academy ending this passage of play with the Baron buff with about a 9,000 gold lead. It's about 7,000 right now, so a little more extension on what they've got. But we've already talked about the stalling potential here. You can see the traps make it difficult for Misfits Academy to position forward. You can't retreat out of this particularly easily. But right now, only 2 items on that Caitlyn. You haven't got your armor pen items. You haven't got all of that damage that you require.
This is all the threat they need, though. Jisoo comes across with the Equalizer, you pop Thrill of the Hunt, and you just use 1 cooldown to get a tower for yourselves once again.
And again, it's just simple. It's just for the tower, and that's all Misfits Academy are looking for in that situation, backing away very composed. And Schalke don't have options to actually start that fight. Aside from Smitty J somehow hooking somebody like Yuki, that would be the way they get it done.
And I want to come back to that, because you said it's very composed, it's very patient for Misfits Academy. Up until now in Challenger Series, they have been the team that fights. They like dirty, messy team fights in river, in jungle, wherever they can find a fight, they'll take it. We haven't really seen them even take a fight this game. There have been a couple of skirmishes early on, but they've only got 5 kills in 30 minutes.
That's true. This is the other side of the composure, though, is Schalke at the same time aren't risking a lot on the plays that they're making. They've been caught out a couple of times, and they have been punished for being out of position, but it's not blindly walking forward. Like, nobody's face-checking to ward, nobody's, like, out of position wildly. So Misfits Academy don't have a lot to capitalize on that isn't towers, and that's why with only 20 seconds left on this Baron buff, we're ending this Baron phase without a,
critical hit?
Without a big crit that's hitting and ending the game for Schalke. Like, if they get an inhib, maybe it's enough for the next Baron, but Misfits Academy are just slowly extending this lead.
But that's what they need to do to some degree as well. As much as they would love to have taken an inhibitor off that Baron, as much as they would have loved to be able to get into a big fight with Schalke when they are 9,000 gold ahead, there is a value in having a bit of patience, saying, look, Mountain Drake's up next, we'll take that, we'll take 2 towers, we'll extend that gold lead, 8,000, almost the 9,000 mark you were talking about for that Baron buff, and we'll start to starve Schalke out of the game. This is a situation Schalke have never been in before in competitive play, in games that we have seen. They have never been this far on the back foot, this far into a game.
That's very true, and we're going to have to see what that composure is made of. They did just attempt to get top lane tower, but had to recall out when the vision control started going in favor of Misfits Academy on the bottom side, and I think when you look at how how Misfits Academy have worked around vision control around these dragons, that's why Schalke have to back away, is because Misfits Academy had all the time in the world, if they wanted to move further into that jungle, try and catch somebody from Schalke that was warding. And Schalke have to give that the respect.
And we've gone from 3,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes to 9,000 gold ahead at 30 minutes. This is Misfits slowly extending the lead. It's something we see time and time again by those high-level LCS teams. And across the board, Misfits are just ahead of their enemies. Look at the item advantages. You've got Voidstaff, Zhonya's, Liandry's finished onto Jisoo, a 3-item rumble into only a basic 3-item tank, Smitty J.
But there's always that timer that's ticking. You've got an Orianna, you've got a Caitlyn. The more farm you're now giving over to the Orianna and the Caitlyn, the dangerous game begins, because they will hit a point where they outscale. Ashe is okay. Pretty decent later game. Cassio, if you get the damage off, is good, but there's a Nautilus that is going to ult that Cassiopeia as he walks into the fight. And suddenly, Schalke will have a lot of strength that has not been shown in the last 10 minutes of this game. But it's not yet. It's not yet. We're only at 3 items for Upset. He needs something to break through Dreams. We'll see if he ends up going for that Giant Slayer into Lord Dominic's. That's what Ludex has gone for.
It is just Schalke trying to work out exactly how they anti-siege it as well. And I want to bring it back to the experience that Schalke have, because you've got 4 players here who've played on the LCS stage. Only Upset, as you said earlier, hasn't played on this exact stage before. And you have to think that they will understand what it's like to be behind, especially You know, some of the players, H2K in the World Semi-Finals, went very far behind at times.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to react and play accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. That reaction to the situation is where the experience will shine through. Like, even Lulex made it to Worlds previous years. Vander's been at Worlds. Smitty J, he played over in the NALCS as well for a time. Selfie, he's played in EU, EUCS, NACS, I think.
No,
like
that's
everything.
the only league he hasn't played.
Has he not played
out of the
NACS?
top 4. He hasn't played NACS.
Ah, he spent some time on Echo Fox.
Yes,
so I was wondering whether...
Until they bought Froggen, and then Froggen took the reins.
Of course, that's when he came back for H2K. Yeah. On loan. But Jesus closing the net on the mid lane, see if he can land. Oh, upsets on his own.
Abyssal Voyage comes down, gets taken out by the arrow. Jisoo gets the kill, equalizer down as well. Now Schalke on the back foot, just trying to run away from Misfits, but the tank is in reverse gear as Misfits pound forward onto Schalke. Smitty J's low, Misfits unable to get another kill. And Schalke just have to retreat.
Upset doesn't have a QSS, has a Doran's Blade and almost enough money to buy it, but he's actually too far away. I was thinking about whether he needed that earlier because this Cassiopeia, the Ash, it's something that he's going to have to get before that 4th item, but the rest of the team reacted to try and get him out. It was good play from Misfits Academy to lock him down. Now they want to get this Baron. It is dangerous. Shockwave is available, so is the collateral damage.
Look at how quickly it's going down though, and Pridestalker's not even there. They just get the Baron before Lulex can get anywhere near. Misfits Academy capitalizing once again. Dream splashes in onto Self, not going to be able to get close enough. And Misfits just settle with the Baron.
4-item Cassiopeia is enough to go right through that Baron. Now Smitty J is going to fight on the top side.
Depth charged onto Kozki, will knock him back, but he's taking half his health. Arrow misses. Misfits might continue to look for this. It's going to be another tower for them. They have broken that tier 2 line. Can they break an inhibitor with this Baron?
Yeah, this time the Baron is going to be much more effective. You can see now they're up to 11,000 gold lead. And we're actually into a pause. We'll see if we can get an update on exactly what this pause is for, and let you know when we've got it. But this is such a critical point in the game. Misfits Academy now with this next Baron should be enough to break through the inhibitor line.
How do you actually close out the game here, though, if you're Misfits? Because as much as you have the Baron and you can set up perhaps a 1-3-1, get your Cassio into one lane, get your Rumble into another, there's such good anti-siege coming out from Schalke 04 with the Caitlyn, with the Orianna, with the Graves.
You got to look at it, though. The depth charge is gone. That's one of those big things that would stop the damage from CosQ. There's a couple of flashes missing as well. So Schalke, if they step out of position one too many times, it's going to be the end of the game. As an update on the pause, it is a mic-related issue for Selfie. You can see our technicians helping him out on stage.
Sorting it out. Good thing you don't have a mic-related issue, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hear you.
Aww.
Maybe it is a good thing, we'll see.
Some people would
We'll
think
see what
so.
the Reddit thread says afterwards.
Wow,
but I just want to come back to this because like when we were doing our story meets and when we were chatting out this game before we got into the actual action today, we were saying, you know, what would happen if Schalke went far behind? And, you know, a couple of times it was laughed off to some degree. We said, you know, Schalke have never been that far behind. They just looked too strong for Misfits when these two teams met. They've fallen behind, and they haven't, as much as they have held onto the game, they haven't been able to push back the tide of Misfits Academy.
Right, they haven't been able to react and take the game back in their favor, and honestly, they look at the tipping point of losing the game right now. And there is a lot to be said, the fact that it is a best of 5, but getting a win in game 1 is going to do wonders for Misfits Academy, because I think Schalke, with what was somewhat of a greedy draft,
the Akali ban, I think you come back to.
Yeah, I think you do have to come back to the Akali ban, although we have, again, we were kind of joking about how Koski used to be an Akali main. I don't think she's anywhere near the meta enough to warrant a ban on that.
And Rengar ban would have been sort of something that you quite easily substitute in
Exactly.
there. And Pridestalker has had a Rengar game that is reminiscent of when he was top of solo queue.
Yeah, he really has. That effect from Pridestalker very early on has been felt throughout the entire game. The play on mid, it was only a flash that came through on the first little bit and then gets a kill under the tower. Second play on top side gets the tower from it as well. And remember, Schalke with this Graves couldn't get bot in response.
Yeah. And it's just cost them a lot. Actually, have another update on this pause. We just have to replace one of the headsets on stage, so it's going to be a couple more seconds before we are back into the action. Have to make sure everything's working. Of course, Schalke at the moment needs to communicate more than ever to be able to...
But they can't
I didn't
right
even
now.
intend that. I didn't even intend that part.
They can't right now, though, because we're in pause.
Well,
so.
yes, but I mean, like, when we get back into the game, they'll need to be able to communicate more than ever. So having those mics working and functioning, of course, is vital for these two teams.
Exactly. And we'll see, because Selfie, he's got that big game-changing shockwave. If they can communicate the exact timing, get that snap-second decision-making from Selfie, maybe it's enough to turn this game around, but you've got to look at it and say Misfits Academy are in a dominating position.
And Misfits Academy are much more used to this portion of the game as well. Schalke's average game time in Challenger Series was about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
So when you get into the late game portion, actually Schalke don't have as much competitive practice on it. Now, maybe their scrims go that long, maybe they, solo queue games go that long, but we'll have to see how much longer this game goes as we get straight back on into the action. Bow and Buff, of course, on Misfits Academy. They will back away and then look perhaps to end this game with one final push.
Yeah, they didn't get a kill from that. They did, however, get a bunch of summoners.
They definitely did get summoners.
Yeah, they did.
So Smitty J doesn't have flash, I believe. Upset
He doesn't have his
flash.
ultimate either. Smitty J did just use it, so I've just reset it on mine. We are lacking some of the summoner cooldowns here on the spectator view. The important ones are Upset was no flash from that engage in mid lane. Vander currently has no flash as well, I believe. Selfie does have his.
Yeah, I think it's Smitty J, Upset and Vander who don't have flash for Schalke. And on the other side, Jisoo doesn't have his and Kozq doesn't have his, nor does Dreams actually. So 3 flashes for 3 flashes. With the mid and the junglers having them. So, no, Kozq doesn't have his. But it doesn't matter. We'll have to see how Misfits Academy decide to play this next portion of the game, because they've done this 1 and 4, where they have 1 person in mid lane, 1 person in bot, and then 3 members roaming through the jungle with the threat of Dreams coming in with the Abyssal Voyage quite a few times. And it seems like they're setting that up once again.
Seems like it. And you can see Schalke want to defend on the bottom side. They use the Rengar ultimate from Mr.
Equalizer into ammo. Smitty J in the front line, but Vander is getting melted through. Jisoo pops the Zhonya's. Smitty J still alive. All of Schalke still alive. The turret, however, is not. Smitty J's down. Now Selfie joins the fray, looking for the shockwave. Not gonna pull the trigger yet. Kozq takes it. Seraph's exhaust onto Lulex as well, and now Schalke need to defend against 5 members of Misfits. 1 will fall as Yuki gets taken out by Selfie. Upset continues to chase. Miasma down will slow them in their tracks. Misfits Academy get the tower, get the inhibitor, get the hell out of there.
And Schalke are able to hold the second half of the fight, but they have, however, lost the inhibitor from this. Misfits Academy, despite wanting a game-ending fight in the bot lane, will just about come away with that ahead. Depends what Schalke can get on the other side. The Elder Drake is up, but look at where Kozq is already coming down to the fight. He has no flash available. Don't be fooled by the summoner.
Nor Petrifying Gaze. I think it's just about to come back off cooldown, but Thrill of the Hunt is there. Pricestalker looking for the engage. Lulex in the pit, gonna get chased in by Kozq. He has to flash out, but he's dead. Dreams
got
takes
him.
the hook. Shockwave in. Pricestalker jumps in. Upset takes down Dreams. It's a 3v2 in favor of Schalke. The Petrifying Gaze comes down. TP in as well. Ace in the hole on Pricestalker. Schalke will force Misfits Academy back.
Reset.
The Dragon resets as well. Elder Drake going lower. Pricestalker might look for the steal. No smite. Decides it's not worth his life, and Schalke will take the Elder Drake.
Ooh, and for now, Schalke will stabilize. It's Misfits Academy would have liked that with 2 Mountain Drakes and a Cloud Drake. That would have been a good enhancement to their Drake buff so far, but you can see Schalke will be happy with what is essentially now that team fight presence. Upset is getting closer to that 4-item point, as is Selfie, and Schalke are barely holding on. Just by their fingertips, holding on through that fight. It started well for Misfits Academy.
That it did indeed. Schalke still just about grasping onto the dredges of this game. Elder Drake, of course, runs out pretty quickly, but Misfits Academy still 10,000 gold ahead, 8 kills to 4 up as well.
Really important items that just got completed, though. Mercurial Scimitar finished for Upset. Zhonya's finished for Selfie. If they avoid the arrow or, the Petrifying Gaze and can get themselves out of a fight, that might be enough to tip it in Schalke's favor, but still Misfits Academy coming on strong. You can see Lulex, a lot of damage comes over the wall.
Dreams doesn't pop thick skin here, so he goes down, which is a little bit of a misplay Coscu does get the Petrifying Gaze down as well.
That's the second time that Dreams has made a slight misplay in the team fight. So the first one was on that bottom fight. I didn't know whether he had Devour still available, but he didn't catch it. And I believe it was Coscu that got engaged upon. Misfits Academy, they desperately want to close out this game before this Orianna Caitlyn have become strong enough. And honestly, now we're at that point.
Yeah, Caitlyn's at 4 items. Orianna's at 4 items. They're in. Basically, this is late game. This is late game now, Stress. And although Misfits Academy thrive in the late game, although Misfits Academy have been the team that has played the longest games across the split and Schalke have played the shortest, we still have yet to see how Schalke are going to match up to Misfits when we get past that 40-minute mark.
But it doesn't indicate an automatic win for Schalke. They are still 10,000 gold down. They are still 3 dragons down. They have Elder for a little bit longer, and Baron is up in 1 minute 30, and Schalke do not have vision control. All this means is we've reached the point in the game where Schalke can take team fights, at least from where their champions normally are able to compete. They are still heavily down in this game, though.
Smitty J doesn't have his teleport at the moment. We'll be back up in time for that Baron, but Misfits Academy have an opportunity now to make a play, and they're looking for it.
Caught.
Equalizer comes out, Arrow misses as well, just through the posts. Here's Pride Stalker, thrilling of the hunt. But it's not a thrilling engage from him just quite yet. Misfits back away.
Yeah, backing away, but Misfits are going to track back up through the jungle. They did use 2 ultimates for that, actually 3 with the arrow that came through. Vanda trying to maybe find Jisoo, but remember, he's got a Guardian Angel and a Zhonya, so will take quite a while to take down. Mid-outer still stands.
Yeah. It's still almost at full HP as well, 3/4 at the moment. Schalke just haven't taken objectives as you'd expect them to.
Yeah, as we cross through that 40-minute mark, mid-outers, one of the longest times we've seen one of those standing. Generally dies before like 20 minutes easily.
That it does, but it just shows how well Misfits have played the map, because usually you think Schalke, at some point in a game, a team just puts 3 people, 4 people mid and takes that mid tower. It's almost uncontestable to some degree. Misfits Academy have not allowed Schalke to do that. Now they're trying to do it. Perhaps pressuring in, but Thriller Hunt back up for Pride Stalker. Jisoo's almost got the equalizer. Coscu's low. Redemption's going to come out. Upset goes through the miasma and actually uses his scimitar there as well. That could be big.
That could be the fatal error out of Upset. He needed to use it to keep himself at least healthy, try and get out of that slowing field. Inhib just came up.
Whew. That is the Devour used, so that's on cooldown for the next 10 seconds or so.
Equalizer's back available. Oh, now they got Jisoo, but hang on, look at the team. They've started
the Baron. Smitty J perhaps didn't realize they're going for it. Pride Stalker with the thrill of the hunt. Arrow onto Smitty. Equalizer in front of the Baron. All of Schalke low. The Shockwave takes out Coscu though. Upset still alive somehow. Now he's gone down. Misfits Academy will take Smitty into the GA, but Pride Stalker once more. He goes in deep. Perhaps a little bit too far. Lulex exhausted up. Yuki chasing in. Can't quite get Selfie, and he will fall. Now we're going to see Pride Stalker and Dreams trying to face up in a 2v3. Selfie is so low, but Jisoo continues to push in. He's in the base, and I don't think Schalke realize it.
Schalke just now turning for it.
Selfie's
they can't
dead.
recall. Selfie ended up dying.
Great Abyssal Voyage from Dreams. He came in and he got the kill, and he gets a double. Dreams. What a play. Now Jisoo's going to go for the Nexus Towers, and
they
Schalke
can do it.
Just cannot hold it back. Smitty J is dead. Misfits Academy's Dreams are still alive as they go 1-0 up in this series.
And there were a couple of key cooldowns used from Schalke pushing up to try and save Upset. The Redemption was used, the QSS was used, and they couldn't keep Upset alive. Schalke in game 1, upset by Misfits Academy. That's a great first win for the Academy lineup.
And a turn-up for the books as well. Everyone was saying Schalke should dominate this performance once again. We saw them do it 2 weeks ago, but Misfits Academy and Pride Stalker especially just played incredibly well. Great macro play, taking towers when they needed to, taking fights when they needed to, and they close out the game.
Jisoo's like, I don't need a break, I'm staying in the chair. Start game 2 now, let's go. He's on a roll. Misfits Academy looking great in that game. It was a slow pace to it in the sense that Misfits Academy clearly not wanting to make a mistake with that lead, but a couple of Barons under them, they get the inhibitor down eventually, and from there get Schalke into a fight. And that's what we were talking about, is like reaching 40 minutes didn't mean Schalke instantly won the fight. You still have to play it right. You can't afford to use Redemption early, but it did mean that we had a closer fight at the end of the game than you maybe would think.
But you have to think Misfits as well will be, like, in that moment, they'll be so emotional, they'll be saying, can we actually close this game? What can we do to beat Schalke now? Because they'll be saying, oh, Oriana's got 4 items, Caitlin's got 4 items. How exactly do we win the game from here?
Well, you force QSS or the Mercurial Scimitar out of Caitlin with Miasma.
Exactly.
And then end up
Just
Redemption gets used and Schalke can't survive through. So Schalke, they're going to have to really take this draft and go, okay, maybe we don't draft a mid-game, like, dipping lineup where we need to wait for 4 items on everything, because it used so much focus from the Rengar in the top half of the map that Misfits Academy just go, okay, we can just take down this tower and get our advantage.
Exactly, and you have to think as well, the draft has been such a great point for Schalke most of the time. This draft was weak from them, in all honesty. You can see what they were trying to do, but Schalke have never had a draft that falls off at a specific point of the game. They've always got something to make up for that before now. Here, they just didn't have that. It was all late game.
Yeah, exactly. I just feel like I like the Graves, and then I like the Caitlyn or the Oriana. I think in separate drafts, that's actually fine. I don't have a problem with
someone who can, like, spike a little bit quicker. So give him someone like the Katarina or the Zed, someone with a bit more threat.
Yeah, I think even just Selfie on Oriana, I think is still fine. Like, when you say to me Selfie playing Oriana, I'm not like, ooh, no, that's not. Don't go there. It's more just like showing that early, and then not really banning out anything that follows through. I mean, the Ari ban, the Talia ban. I understand where you're going, but Kozku's going to play Cassiopeia now at scale.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have Game 2 between Misfits Academy and Schalke 04.
Welcome back. Hello, Jesu.
Hi.
I love you so much.
The second one does. Here's the shockwave. Miasma comes down. Brave Stalker might go in. Kozku solo, but gets first blood. He's going to die to the... No, he's not. Oh, Kozku. Behind the tower now, Dreams puts the exhaust down onto Lulex, and he's going to be taken out once again. Misfits Academy are on fire.
Hey, Caitlyn no flash. Caitlyn no flash. Get nose.
Now Schalke on the back foot, just trying to run away from Misfits, but the tank is in reverse gear. Now Schalke need to defend against 5 members of Misfits. One will fall as Yuki gets taken out by Selfie. Upset continues to chase, just cannot hold it back. Smitty J is dead. Misfits Academy's dreams are still alive as they go 1-0 up in this series. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series as we get closer to finding out who'll be fighting for a spot in the European LCS Promotion Tournament. As you can see, Misfits backstage there looking pretty happy with themselves.
Why not? One game up in this series, we had a lot of questions answered. Misfits came prepared. Schalke, they had some stuff prepared, but it didn't really translate.
Yeah.
And I feel like if the guy's called Pride Stalker and you're like, we'll ban Akali and they'll get the Rengar.
Schalke prepared for a different test, apparently. It's like, you get into the exam hall, you're like, oh, I thought this was mathematics, and actually it's losing to Misfits, which is what happened to them in that game. Well, Misfits have chosen the red side as well for game 2, which is a little bit of a shock.
I would say a shock if it hadn't worked for them already. I mean,
true.
I think in this point, you just kind of go, okay, well, they're going to ban Rengar. So let's get 2 strong picks on red side. That's one of the reasons that we typically have seen a lot of red side drafting teams. We even saw, I think it was Roccat this past week against Fnatic picking red side a whole bunch. So there is some success to be had there if you're at the tier where comfort picks can come through, right? Like Roccat, we've seen a lot of Swain, Vlad out of the mid lane. I still think even in Challenger, you can have the decision-making based around what's comfortable for you to play rather than what is S tier and what isn't.
Definitely, especially since Cosq really likes that Vlad pick as well. It's something he's played in the past. Cassio and Ari being his favorites. Selfie very comfortable on the Vlad. So there's quite a few different possibilities for these 2 teams. I want to come back to macro, though, because Misfits Academy have never really been a macro team. And in that game, we saw them take more towers than they took in their entire series last time they faced up against Schalke. What's changed?
Well, I mean, it was a lot about how they pushed out on the top side, and then we saw mid focus as well, coming heavily onto Selfie. Like, if you take away some of that wave clear, it does become difficult to actually defend the towers, whereas, you know, we were kind of expecting more out of Schalke with their tower pushing potential with the Graves. You know, you had the Caitlyn, the Thresh in the bottom lane, and just push, 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 but they couldn't get it done.
I really want to come to Lulex as well with that point, because up until now, he's been sort of the jungler that has carried at times Schalke, you know, getting ahead in the jungle, getting himself CS advantages, getting himself experience advantages. And in this game, he was always behind Pride Stalker. So even though they had the Graves for this tower pushing, they were never able to use it because Pride Stalker was always a threat.
Yeah, exactly. Pride Stalker did a good job recovering from the invade early, losing some of the Raptor camp, comes back around, secures his buffs, ends up being able to jump into the mid lane a couple of times and try and get kills there. You can see Schalke returning to the stage. We'll see what draft and what plans they have for this game, because I think they'll be really unhappy at this point. Everything coming into this was, if we can't win here, we don't deserve to be in the LCS. So they certainly need to live up to their own words.
It's definitely true, though. And I think part of that is, you know, confidence, and part of that is just being honest with yourselves. Now, I want to come back to, you know, Misfits Academy on the other side. They they're the underdogs. They were always the underdogs coming into this tournament, but they've really shown up today thus far. When we get into the second draft and you see the Rengar being banned away, was it Rengar solely that allowed Misfits to win, or can they win with a different draft?
It wasn't just the Rengar. I think you could pick any early game jungler and have that kind of presence. It's why we see the bans of the likes of Elise. I think you could do the same with Lee Sin or Kha'Zix. I don't think it was specifically the Rengar as a champion that actually got them their advantage. And at this point, it's all about how do you recover. If you're Schalke, ban out that Rengar, is that enough? Do you go Lulu Shen Rengar instead of Lulu Shen Akali? Is that exactly how it plays out?
I think that's the question as well. And yesterday on PGL, we talked about how you can defeat Schalke. Focus Selfie in that middle lane. You know, if you can get kills onto him early on and camp him, you can do a lot of work. And we actually have an example of it here. Selfie getting taken out.
Yeah, Selfie. This was the exchange that actually ended up killing him here. You can see the miasma keeps him in that damage, ticking him. Cosq doesn't even get dropped by it. But a lot of it is the how this Rengar plays out. Coming out of the bush, jumping at him, but Vander couldn't quite save it. I still don't think it's the Rengar alone that is able to give Misfits this kind of advantage. I think that they could have done that with other junglers, but still.
However, you said comfort, and that is comfort for Pride Stalker. Like, he's named after the champion. It's always going to be a comfortable pick for him. Cosq as well showed up incredibly well on that Cassio, which is another comfort pick for him. So Misfits Academy went back to champions they know and love, and they beat Schalke because of it.
Watch us be completely wrong, and then they pick Akali and win with it too.
If that happens,
we'll go back to game one and be like, okay, you can ban the Akali again.
Yeah, exactly. But then what do you leave open? So I think the point there is as well, even if Akali is incredibly impactful, you have to think of how Schalke then have to change their draft once again.
I don't think it's that impactful. We'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening. I think that that Rengar get it off the board. I think for Misfits Academy, I think they stick with the same bans, the Elise, the Jace, the Gragas.
Yeah.
Maybe we see Schalke go a different route. I don't think there's a problem with the Graves, but Lulex's Lee Sin is never one that you want to turn down when you're looking at playmaking potential.
That is true. That is true indeed. Lulex, of course, well known for that as well. Like in the first draft, we didn't see a lot of the more powerful picks, perhaps on 7.5. The Ezreals, the Lucians, you know, these Kalista as well, we've seen starting rising into the meta, and haven't quite seen those being brought out, but perhaps we will as we get into Game 2. We're into Champion Select here. As Schalke once again take on Misfits Academy. Misfits Academy, surprisingly, to many, 1-0 up, and it's a Shen ban once again from Schalke 04.
And Elise out of Misfits, which means we're likely going Lulu next from Schalke, if they're sticking to the same thing.
I think
Lulex is making himself comfortable.
Lulu makes a lot of sense. It's going to be a Graves ban here from Schalke, so I feel this is perhaps them pushing those junglers down the tier priority.
What they're doing here is telling Misfits they have to ban Rengar. This Graves is banned because they don't want Misfits playing Graves into Rengar. Schalke will likely still ban Lulu. And if Misfits Academy don't ban out junglers here, Schalke gets something comfortable. Now, the Ivern has been played by Lulex, but also Ivern has been nerfed. I don't think this is as key a ban as something like a Gragas is.
I would agree with you. Rengar ban actually coming out from Schalke themselves, so really respecting Pride Stalker there. And we might have, well, we've already got 4 junglers banned out. We might even have 5 if Misfits decide to take that Lee Sin off the cards, but it is going to be Jace here for Misfits Academy.
So whether we go Gragas as a first pick flex here for Schalke, I think that's probably the strongest draft potential when you look at jungle top, but there's other things that are open here right now.
I think they might pick the Lulu. I think they might pick the Lulu up here, Stress. I get
that's a good prediction.
Inclination. Of course, did ban it out in the first game, but this game, Vander's sitting on one of those utility supports for which he is well known.
Well, right now you can flex the Gragas if you are Misfits. I think you pick up the Tahm Kench as well for yourself. To actually, Tahm Kench into Lulu, you probably don't want to do so much.
Yeah.
That's where they go. This draft's been horrible so far in the prediction game for me.
I think it's a little bit of a difficult one because of the Rengar ban coming out from Schalke. It's going to be Karzik's Karma here for Misfits, so Dreams, going back to that Karma, has played it quite a few times across the split, and Karzik's for Pride Stalker, still early game, still aggressive, it's what we wanted to see.
It is, that's what we're talking about, is I think any other early game jungler can do that. Now you pair it with the Karma, which gives you generally a pushing bot lane against Lulu is not necessarily so set in stone. Something like a Caitlyn alongside Lulu does a great job at pushing the lane out.
We're getting towards, you know, the next rotation now. Lee Sin is locked in for Schalke because otherwise they would have lost that power jungler. And they are going to look towards the Ezreal as well. Actually, Upset has played 1 game of Ezreal and had the highest damage anyone has ever done in this Challenger split on that Ezreal. Ever in this Challenger split.
Okay.
Out of any position, any player, this Ezreal, he did over 800 damage a minute on the Ezreal. Did such a superb job on that. And it's going to be the Ashe counter pick for Misfits Academy.
Yeah, and it's not so much a counter pick, but Ashe is going to be able to push quickly with this Karma. It gives you the utility. We saw Yuki. He did a good job with the arrows in the last game. Cosq was kind of memeing out Schalke by hovering the Akali.
Just pick it, man. It's going to get banned this second rotation. Camille is the ban. Once again, we see those top laners left to last for both of these teams. And last game, actually, Jisoo did a superb job on that Rumble. Known more for his tank top laners. He really put the pressure down onto Smithy Jet.
Yeah, he had a pushing lane. Rengar comes up to his lane, gets them the kill early on, and it's quite easy from there when Misfits Academy only have a couple of times they have to fight. So Jisoo did a good job alongside Pride Stalker in getting them ahead. I like this Cassiopeia ban. Take it away. Now you've taken away 2 of the big components that Misfits Academy used in the last game to defeat you. I don't think it's enough to guarantee a win because Schalke needs some earlier game focus to come through here. While Orianna is a good ban against Selfie, I actually think Schalke are more likely to go somewhere towards an Ahri or something like a Renekton up in the top lane. For Misfits to defend against that, they have to pick something that is blind pickable in either top or mid here and then get the counter matchup for themselves as the last pick.
Talia still on the cards, of course. We saw that banned out last time, and Misfits played it in their second game against Schalke 2 weeks ago, so that's always a possibility. Pretty safe in the mid lane
We've also seen a bunch of it out of Selfie. That's been another pick that he's played.
Gragas has snuck his way all the way through, and it's a strong top laner. Jisoo played it twice last time these two teams met. Didn't work out too well because the Renekton was picked up by Schalke.
Right, now I wonder whether Schalke are going to go that route here. If they pick a scaling mid laner like a Vlad or something like that, they can pick a Renekton and means they don't have 3 losing lanes. But I wonder where we're going on this one. If it's not Renekton in the top lane, it'll likely be that Nautilus again. But if you do go Nautilus here, it is a little difficult to get the ball rolling earlier on.
I think because Smitty J has won the matchup into Jisoo on the Renekton Gragas before, I would not be surprised to see it picked once again here for Schalke. And it gives you pushing power, which is something we've always seen Schalke prioritize in their drafts.
I'm just looking at things though, and Schalke are playing a very reactive style again. Like, Victor in the mid lane, Ezreal, Lulu. You never kill Ezreal, Lulu, but at the same time, generally having kill pressure and response in any situation is difficult too. And I think Misfits has rounded this out here with some extra damage now from this mid lane role, and whether it's a Syndra, whether it is something like a Vlad for later in the game, can be either.
So similar composition actually all around with that Syndra being locked in, you know, high damage in the mid lane, some power across the rest of the board, good mid-game spikes, and as you said, Schalke looking perhaps further towards that late game and reactive play. Again,
for the second game now in a row. I wonder whether Schalke feel like it was more execution-based, why they won the last game. There are some differences here with the Victor, with the Ezreal. This is less focused on Schalke trying to harass in the bottom lane with like the hook potential. Remember, they picked Thresh into Tahm Kench in the last draft. This time they've gone with that first pick, Lulu. Paired alongside an Ezreal.
I want to come back to the Victor pick in the mid lane as well. Selfie, this will be his 14th competitive game on Victor, and he has a 77% win rate on that champion at the moment. Of course, it was in a meta where it was a lot stronger when he previously played it, but we talked a lot about comfort picks as we were analysing that first game. This is a comfort pick for Selfie.
It is. We've seen a bunch of Victor around the globe as well. The most successful region still playing Victor is, as always, LCK. But that's because the way they play reactively is so good. Teams like SKT, KT, the best of the best of the best, are so good at playing into their opponent's mistakes, and that's what Victor allows you to do. Schalke in the last game, while they didn't really react too well to Misfits Academy's mistakes, they slowed the pace of the game down, and that is something Victor will allow them to do again. So I do worry for the Schalke composition. I think Misfits Academy have enough to punish, but if Schalke play it out correctly, I think they can hang on for a late game win.
They have to make the picks to punish. We are getting on to the second game of this best of 5 between Schalke 04 and Misfits Academy. Game 1 went to Misfits. Schalke will be trying to redeem themselves and get that Schalke tank back up and running. But it's a long road now. Need to win 3 of the next 4 if they are going to get through to that promotion tournament.
It's very interesting. We were talking a little bit with Prolly a couple of weeks ago about when you watch other regions and their compositions, is it worth going like, okay, now we just play like them. We pick the champions they play, we try and play like them. And a lot of the discussion we had, not all of it made to broadcast, was to do with like the strength of players, and if a player's not good enough to like understand with the rest of the team exactly how to play that composition at the level it needs to be played, then it's not always worth going that way. Now we have a test for Schalke. This is a tough draft that they've got for themselves. I want to see, are these players strong enough to play a reactive style like this?
Also a test for Misfits as well, though, because they will be in a situation that no one expected them to be, perhaps not even themselves, being 1-0 up over Schalke, and they have a composition that needs to make plays. They have to do stuff. Otherwise, they're going to get outscaled by the Victor, by the Ezreal. Lulu's so powerful later on. Nautilus, an unkillable tank. Only Lulex really falls off out of this Schalke lineup. So if Misfits do not take that priority, if they do not take initiative and try and shut Schalke out of this game as they did in game 1, they are going to lose late game.
Yeah, that's true. A little help on the start of this game for Pride Stalker from his jungle and from his mid lane and top. I kind of look at this though and I'm like, I feel like the thought process that's gone into this draft is a little more similar to H2K's than anything, and that kind of would tie into things with the fact that, you know, obviously
Veteran works for
Veteran
H2K,
and Vander and Lulex, I mean different times for Lulex, but I can't help shaking the feeling that probably would be like, okay, this is just a hard draft, but we know we can play it out if it was still H2K. And we criticize the H2K lineup for that. I feel like at this level, in a challenger playoff, if you At 10-0, you had been dominant in almost every single role. I feel like you just mix in an early game component, give one of your players a champion that can snowball so heavily, and as long as you don't all in the early game, surely that's like the way to go in my mind on that. That's where we've seen dominance, but nevertheless, we'll see whether it works for Schalke.
Upset going in. It's going to be ignited. Exhaust coming back onto Yuki. Upset's low. Yuki gets the shield from Dreams, but actually a trade that seems to have gone in favor of Misfits Academy there, just in terms of pure health.
Yeah, Ignite traded for Exhaust. You can see Yuki was maybe a little late to that fight, but now Lulex, maybe if he can find his attention down in the bottom side of the map, maybe we'll see something go for Schalke, but certainly Schalke have to have it weighing on their minds that they've already had something happen to them that they were never anticipating. They would never have thought they were going one game down. Everything was about how cleanly they're going to make it to the LCS promotion tournament. They've been tweeting about that all week. And now they have to recover.
Yep. Now they have to step up to the marks. You have to stand up and be counted when it comes to points like this. And thus far, Pride Stalker and Misfits Academy have done exactly that. Schalke seem to be pushing in this bottom lane, which is slightly contradicting expectations when you look into the Ashe and the Karma.
Lulu is always deceptive on the amount of push. Because Glitterlance has been nerfed so many times on the minion damage. The other thing you've got to look at is Upset has been throwing out a lot of Mystic shots at the wave. You get that passive from Lulu as well, so every time he autos, more autos come out, and it's just damage down to the wave. A lot of people underestimate exactly how good Lulu is. There's a reason she used to be played with Caitlyn all the time. It's push, 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 push.
Yeah. Lulu Caitlyn, Lulu Kalista, Lulu Ezreal, Lulu Kog'Maw. So many powerful picks alongside that Lulu who can do a lot of work.
All for different reasons as
exactly.
well.
She is the pure utility support when it comes to just aiding your AD carry.
When she's not being played mid.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Days gone by.
Thankfully, she no longer gets played mid. I've used her to tear up the solo queue ranks recently.
Yeah.
Just so good. So easy to play as well. But Schalke having a hard time playing into Misfits Academy early on. Lulex, though, looking for the invade, and this is something he's done so well across the split, is getting into the enemy jungler's face.
And you can see he's trying to trade around Pride Stalker when there's the monster camp around him. The Raptors means he's not going to be isolated. So normally, if Lee Sin walks into Kha'Zix in the jungle and Kha'Zix has a jump on him, you get the isolation damage, you get everything, and Kha'Zix tends to win that. It's only if Kha'Zix checks into Lee that it goes the other way, but you can see Lulex trying to get some damage down. But bot lane, heavy trade onto Vander.
Yeah, Vander's low. Ignite's coming back off cooldown pretty soon for Dreams.
Yeah.
Of course, Exhaust will be back up as well. Still heals and flashes all round, so neither team really in kill threat yet, but across the board, Misfits Academy showing up. And especially Jisoo in this top lane. He was a weak link for them a couple of weeks ago. This week he's looked a lot stronger. And I'm actually surprised to see them prioritizing the Gragas over the Nautilus, considering how strong Nautilus has been for Jisoo over the last few years.
But I think at that point they are looking for some sense of disengage or engage at the same time. Like, Nautilus is good for that. Like, let's not beat around that. And you can TP in from the side, get the flank, whether it's depth charge or that. But Jisoo also provides a lot of disengage from this Gragas tool. Some wave clear comes from it as well. Like, they're fairly similar champions overall, but Smitty J has to throw himself a little closer. You can disengage with Gragas from afar. I do want to touch on bot lane.
Yeah.
While we have seen a lot of trading in there. Sheen first out of Upset for Ezreal. Focused more on trading. A lot of people still rush tier in lane. We have seen a couple of 80 carries, notably getting this Sheen. It just means that they're going to be able to do more damage and delay the Manamune Muramana exchange later on. It's more for this laning now.
I did talk to Veteran about that a couple of weeks into the split, because I saw it happening time and time again when they picked the Ezreal. Veteran, of course, the coach of Schalke. And he was saying they like just that power spike. They like to have that little bit more damage in the lane that you were talking about. They like the fact that if Upset hits a Mystic shot, the enemy takes a quarter of their health, and that basically wins you the trade. It allows you to be a lot more aggressive as well, which is something we have seen time and time again out of Upset and Vander.
And that's one of the things, is without any sustain coming from this lane from Misfits Academy, if they've been chipped down and chunked down in lane so that they can't all in, then Schalke can comfortably take this laning phase, but it is back and forth. It's the push potential going in favor of Schalke, but the CS lead is in favor of Misfits after those first few exchanges in the lane.
And Yuki going back and getting himself a BF sword will help him with those trades as well if they can perhaps catch someone out with those Karma chains. Mid lane's been a little bit quieter. Coscu does have a CS lead for himself and actually is roaming up and down the river trying to spot perhaps if he can get a gank off somewhere. There is a control ward down that will spot him quite late on here.
Yeah, it's early enough. You've got an Ezreal and a Lulu. You can use that Whimsy if you need to.
That's just the power of Lulu. Like, you can Whimsy, gives an attack speed buff and a movement speed buff, or gets an enemy out of the fight for the next few seconds. You've got help picks, you've got the shield, you've got the wild growth, you've got the glitter lance. What more can a man want from a support?
You got everything from Lulu, and push potential to go alongside it. Difficult to play around. We've seen it rise through the ranks here in competitive. Challenger have actually been banning it out the entire split long, which was weird. We got into like week 2, and every game had a Lulu ban, and everybody was looking at it thinking, no, she's not that strong yet. And then everywhere else is banning him.
EU Challenger is the meta-defining region. I think you need to realize this. Casters have known it for a very long time, Stress.
We have had a couple of picks rise through the ranks. Sartorius was playing Gragas top before it was cool. For like a year before it was good.
Just you wait, just you wait. Next up's going to be
Akali
Akali mid.
Yeah, blue side Akali bans every single game.
Prizestalker trying to invade a little bit here. Does have a slight advantage in terms of CS, but that can be deceptive with the Krugs, of course, giving you quite a lot. So if Lulex hadn't taken Krugs, I'm not sure how far ahead he actually is in experience. Kosu's coming across, Unleashed Power used. Lulex will just jump away.
So Lulex is about a quarter of a level up.
So it's not a huge lead, but less substantial than usual. Arrow's going to come out, upset. He's going to be able to dodge off towards the side of this one in just a second. I was looking at the wrong monitor. There's the arrow. My apologies, guys. I turned into Nostradamus there for a second, being able to predict the future.
Giving away secrets. Upset right now. It's difficult. Again, like Ezreal Lulu, right? Is like the shields, you got Arcane Shift, you got Flash. Now not available for both of them. We'll see if Vander flashes to save Upset's life in this game.
You never know. You never know. It might happen. He doesn't really need to, though. That's the thing.
He's got everything else that can keep him alive.
Now that he's hit 6, you've got that wild growth, you've got the strength. Yuki and Dreams are starting to push this one back, but perhaps it is more Schalke allowing them to push it forward because Lulex was coming around for the gank, wasn't quite going to be able to connect. And actually across the board, CS leads here for Misfits. They've taken a 400 gold lead, which isn't, you know, huge, but is enough early on.
It is. It's more of the same, right? Like last game was very similar. Koski, you have to expect, will have the lead over Selfie in the early onset of the laning phase. Jisoo has done a good job, but here comes Lulex.
Kicks in. Chaos Storm comes down. Koski's going to try and escape. Does use the Ghost. Is able to get away for the time being. Of course, no Unleashed Power for him. He used it earlier on. No Flash as well. Already used that one. Jisoo's going to come across, and actually, Koski's going to escape. Great play by him to walk his way through the jungle.
He's
However,
not out yet.
He's perhaps gone the wrong way. Selfie has barrier knocked back. Death Ray is not enough damage to take out Syndra. And now this is Misfits Academy making the counter play and going for the dragon.
Nice response. Ooh, nearly gets it. Misfits Academy kind of wasting Schalke's time and taking a dragon for themselves. That's an Infernal Drake to start this game off. And keep in mind, Schalke once again are playing a composition that needs a lot of time. This is a best of 5. This is game 2. If game 2 goes the way game 1 does, Misfits Academy will be 2-0 up in this series, and it looks to be starting that way. Smitty J just let Jisoo go all the way through mid lane.
Depth Charge's going to knock him up, and Dredgeline's going to pull him back, and Jisoo's going to die. First blood, Schalke not fair.
Oh, I would love to hear the conversation between Smitty J and Selfie there. Smitty J stood recalling. Gragas body slams past, and Jisoo dies. Not exactly the greatest setup. I think Jisoo wasn't expecting Smitty J to be there.
He'll be slightly frustrated with it as well. Lulex is looking for Cosq. Does land the kick, does get the kill. Prizestalker is stalking down his prey and will take one in response. 2-1, Schalke.
2-1 for Schalke. A little bit messy mid lane play here. Back and forth. Like Lulex knows he can kill Cosq because there's no flash available, but it's a one-way trip for him. So it is even on the gold right now thanks to that first blood.
See, this is the power of having the Sheen early. You know, look at the damage going down onto Prizestalker, especially since he's a relatively squishy jungler. You can force him out. We're going to see that play in the mid lane once again.
Jisoo avoids Smitty J. That is...
He missed the flash body slam as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
But that's the sort of moment that can happen on stage, and Misfits Academy now need to react to that and say, look, we made a misplay. We need to get back into this. We need to keep our heads held high. We are still ahead, albeit very very small amounts ahead of Schalke 04. We have the Infernal Drake, we have CS leads. Schalke showed us how they can play patiently from behind last game. Here, Misfits Academy need to understand that they're still ahead.
Yeah, Misfits are, for now, still ahead. The difficulty is Selfie is going to come online a little earlier on in this game. In the previous game, Victor, once you get that perfect hex core and 1 or 2 items alongside, you just wave clear for days.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a whole lot that Kozku can do about it, especially the fact that he's got Mercury Treads now. Just neutralizes a lot of the damage, reduces the stun duration. Like, everything that you need against the Syndra comes from those Mercury Treads. So we'll keep our eyes mid lane, but if Schalke don't lose their mid tower before 30 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's a bit like having the Ziggs there as well, just for the wave clear. Very easy for you to push back your opposition.
Ziggs is even easier though, because Ziggs you can affect the other lane too. You just ult bot or top if it's getting pushed in. Victor takes nuanced play.
Oh, yes.
Because if the rest of your team messes up on the other side and you're just sat mid lane, you're not going to be sat mid lane for much longer. You're going to get dove. Whereas Ziggs kind of shuts out a lot of the entry points in the jungle vision control.
Speaking of dive, Lulex and Sophie were looking down towards this bottom lane. However, they're going to back their way away when they realize Kozku and Prysook were in the blue buff, taking that one down. It's been a slow start to the game. We saw this in the first game as well. Actually, Schalke now perhaps looking to get back into it. Upset's been called out slightly here. The arrow comes down and Upset takes it to the face. Exhaust down, Wild Growth used as well. Here's Lulex trying to join the party. Yuki flashes in, but can't quite get the kill. Kick back, Yuki dead. Lulex takes him out. Dreams now off towards the side, but Kozku and Prysook have got here in time. Prysook sinks down the claws and takes down Upset, and now Lulex is in the wrong neighborhood. He's caught in the river as Jisoo's caught in the top lane. Lulex gonna try and escape, but you cannot get away when Kozku latches on. Another kill for Misfits.
2 for 2 overall. Schalke winning on the top side, Misfits winning on the bottom side. There is no real push to be had here as Selfie is going to return to that mid lane and clear it out in time. He knows there's no ultimate from Kozku. Selfie doesn't have his either, but that barrier is available too. So we get a bit of a neutralized moment of play. Even trades across the board. And we end up in a situation where both teams go back to neutralizing any kind of push.
However, Stress, and this is a huge, massive, gigantic, gargantuan point.
I'm ready. Is it almost as tall as you look in comparison to me?
The gold lead is now in Schalke's favor by 200 whole gold. Let's have a look at this top lane kill once again.
This is an easy one as Selfie just walks right into the top lane while the bot exchange was going on and picks up a kill. Cuts in through the tri-bush, and this was Lulex dying at the end of it. What mechanics? Kozku presses R, gets the kill.
The amount of times I've missed the R key when I've tried to use my ultimate is embarrassing to say the least. But yes, that is the power of Syndra. You can, if you get someone out, if you get a couple of spheres down on the ground, you can isolate someone and just take them out of the fight. That's the reason we've got Wild Growth. That's the reason we've got Help Picks. It's the reason you've got the Siphon Power Shield for Selfie as well. They are looking to protect themselves from this Syndra burst.
They are indeed. Upset. Got so many ultimates in the last exchange. Still couldn't quite stay alive when Pridestalker jumped down into that bot lane. But Schalke, this is a better reaction than we saw in Game 1.
However, they haven't fallen as far behind as they did in Game 1. They've actually been able to take reactive plays off it. Upset taken down quite low once again. And I actually want to talk about his itemization here, because earlier on we said Sheen first isn't the weirdest thing in the world, but here he's decided to get the Phage before completing that Manamune.
Yeah, I know he got the pickaxe earlier on, looking for that Trinity Force over that Manamune. Lulex wants to come in, trying to run head first into the lane, kicks Yuki.
Arrow comes out, Yuki's low, but here's Prysook trying to join the fray. Yuki's dead, Prysook gets one, looking for two with Vanda there in the front line. Help Pick Shield is not going to be enough. Prysook gets the double, and now Lulex, isolated, jumps away, does escape. The re-engage coming out because Selfie is looking for the flank. Gonna see if he can get onto Dreams, the Chaos Storm, the Siphon Power, the empowered auto attack is not quite enough, but the Chaos Storm is another kill for Selfie. TP used actually here because Jisoo has joined the fight from the backside. Selfie knocked back towards the tower, depth charge down, Selfie's low, Unleash Power comes down, and Kozku will snipe away the enemy mid laner. Lulex jumps back in, Schalke not done yet, Kozku maybe though, no, he flashes in, he gets the double, and now Smitty J's gonna go down as well. It's a triple for Kozku.
It's all gone wrong for Schalke. They can't clean the back end up of the fight. And Lulex went so aggressive into that lane, jumping in, flashing behind Yuki. The kick alone is good, but the problem is, look at how much he had to use to set up. Didn't have the quick damage to end this fight. If that initial Q had hit Yuki, Schalke would be in and out without any kind of reaction from Misfits, but Misfits had brought Pridestalker down to this already. Both of the bot lane pairing had died from Schalke, and then they re-engage again without the right setup from Lulex. Selfie manages to get the kill on the support, but overextends so far. They don't react to the teleport until Smitty J starts TPing in late. Selfie easily blasted back towards the tower, and from there 3v3 looks okay, but down goes the damage. Lulex only has Warrior Enchant and a Giant's Belt right now, and they cannot trade against Cosq. Smitty J leaves Lulex for dead, trying to get the kill, and now Selfie's 1v2.
He's caught out by Jisoo and Pridestalker, and Pridestalker is unstoppable. That last gank, he countered it perfectly as Lulex went in, was in the right place at the right time, and now he is 5-0 on this Kha'Zix. We said he needed to show up, and that is exactly what he's done.
Yeah, this guy is making a name for himself in his first time playing offline. Thunder! Ooh,
Jisoo comes in, can't quite get it. Lulex now caught out. Jisoo might continue to tank this one up. The arrow doesn't quite connect. Schalke are forced back once again by Misfits Academy.
Again, a greedy draft out of Schalke, and they are taking fights too early in Game 2. Game 1, it was that they weren't scaling fast enough. Game 2 is that they're trying to force plays, and Misfits Academy are just reacting way better than Schalke are. And this has gone so well in favor of Misfits Academy for the second game in a row. Everything for the last 2 months has been about how dominant Schalke is. Everybody has said it. And right now, they're with their backs against the wall, and they're going to be close from being at match point against this Misfits Academy lineup.
Right, once again, we're 20 minutes in, and they're 4,000 gold behind. Only 3 or 4 times across the entirety of Challenger Series and the LCS have we seen a team win after being 4,000 gold behind. And in both the games today against Misfits Academy, Schalke are at a deficit early on.
It's a lot to do with risky drafts and a lot to do with Misfits Academy giving Schalke everything they can. Coming into this, we had the discussion of Misfits Academy trying to replicate some of the success that their sister team, Misfits, have been having, sat currently at the 2nd spot in Group A of the LCS, only behind G2 in Group A. Well, Misfits Academy look like they must have got some pointers, some time with the Misfits lineup here, because they are looking a lot better than they did in the regular split.
It's what, 2 weeks of good boot camp and good practice, and prioritizing what you want to do as well, because up until we started the games today, when we talked about Misfits Academy beating Schalke, firstly, it had been a pipe dream to some respect, people not expecting it to happen. And secondly, we said they'll draw them down into the dirt, you know, they'll get messy team fights, they'll try and fight around Baron, they'll try and fight around those big neutral objectives. That's not what Misfits has done a lot of the time. They played around objectives, they played around vision, and when Schalke have taken an overstep in a fight, Misfits have capitalized.
Yeah, only in the last 5 or so minutes has it become a lot more scrappy and a lot more of an open game between these two teams.
But look at this is exactly what I'm talking about. They get vision control in the river, and then they set up the top tower.
The arrow is there, Cosq is there with threat behind the tower as well. Misfits Academy move in, take it down, and look, Schalke are so slow on the response here that they want to get mid lane, but with this Karma, the Cloud Drake they've got as well, Misfits Academy should be able to react in time to clean up the back end of this. I didn't realize just quite how low Schalke had got the tower already, so Schalke, actually it is a good reaction. Misfits slower on that than I thought so.
But look at the comparison. At 15 minutes, these teams were even in gold, and now there's a 5,000 gold lead for Misfits Academy. They have accelerated from that bot lane fight and just started to take advantage after advantage. The question becomes, with this mid-game spiking team, with the power they have at the moment, will Misfits be able to take enough that they break through the armor of that Schalke tank?
I think it's so significant that that mid tower just fell in favor of Schalke. I think if Misfits had been able to hold that mid tower for much longer, it would have made it so Schalke a very difficult situation to react.
Why is that? What makes it so impactful that a mid tower goes
so
down?
you can see all the wards that Misfits have got around mid lane. The control ward that sat there where the tower used to be, and the 3 or 4 that are around the jungle entrances. Misfits would have been able to fight over every single one of these wards without having to worry, because that mid tower stands behind them. It's not possible for Schalke to come in on the flank. If the tower's not there, Schalke now can force Misfits into areas where they don't have secure vision, and maybe a TP ward sits behind Misfits. They bring Smitty J in, and it opens up the fights around mid lane. It's something that a lot of teams, or at least a lot of viewers, will overlook and just think, oh, it's just the gold goes over, right? But it's so much more about control around this mid lane. Look at how Schalke, the first time in, have to now face check and throw out skill shots at every single bush. Now they establish vision control. The next time they do this, it shouldn't be quite so difficult to do.
So if there was a tower there, that would be so much more difficult, because Misfits could take the fight and then retreat back towards the tower if they needed to.
Yeah, or at least not have to worry about somebody coming in behind them, exactly like this.
Here comes the TP. Lulex takes the arrow, ignited as well, tries to kick onto Jisoo. Whimsy used, Vander caught out though and melted away. Smitty J, the new target, but Coscu off towards the side will get shut down by the Nautilus. Yuki dead as well, as Schalke start to turn the fight on its head. Upset still alive. Lulex caught off towards the side, but he might be the one doing the catching. Tries to jump towards onto Jisoo. Not quite going to be able to connect. Misfits Academy lose 2.
Looked like executional errors out of Misfits Academy. The start to the fight was good, kept trying to get Lulex. Here comes Pride Stalker from the backside. This fight isn't done. We'll recap it in a second.
Clears out the wave and Dreams jumps onto Selfie. There comes the gravity well though. Jisoo's going to jump in. Selfie onto Dreams will get the kill. Pride Stalker going to try and take him off towards the side. Gets him down. Upsets low. Lulex 2. Pride Stalker looking for the resets. Gets the double. Now it's going to take out Smitty J as well. Pride Stalker takes a triple.
We're only 2 games in, and Pride Stalker has almost certainly secured a player of the series vote if this series ends on 3 games. Lulex running for the hills. You can see just how well Pride Stalker is playing in this series, and I am impressed at his Kha'Zix, at his Rengar. This whole passage of play was Misfits Academy starting out the gank. Are they really going to go for this?
They have isolation damage, but
is so low.
I don't think they've actually spotted this ward.
Yeah.
Pride Stalker walked into the pit without spotting it. Pride Stalker's going to go
chunk him down.
Very low, can heal up, of course, off the void spikes, but Lulex is here. Arrow onto him. Lulex, even with the wild growth, is now dead, and Misfits Academy will try and stop the Baron from resetting. It does completely reset. Dreams is here now, has that mantra Inspire. It's up to Vander. If Vander can do anything here, we've seen Hylissang steal.
No. Misfits have got this. Like, they just juggle the aggro very effectively, unlimited. Obviously very happy right now with how Misfits Academy are playing. You cannot understate how clean this team have looked. And from what looked initially like an executional error, the TP is good here. Misfits Academy start the fight. They get Lulex. I want to see how close Upset and Selfie Yuki and Coscu are standing in this Chaos Storm here, because Chaos Storm goes down, damage comes through. Yuki then gets Lulex, and it's Lulex that gets a lot of that damage down. And from there, Misfits Academy don't really have a way of taking the rest of this fight. So you can see Schalke very confident in actually continuing this one. From there, we had the triple kill for Pride Stalker, and now Misfits Academy want to get an Ocean Drake on top of this. They've got so many objectives this entire series.
Exactly. Like, they've taken more towers than they did in this game already. Well, almost more towers than they did across the entire last time they played Schalke 04 in that best of 2. They've taken 3, they only got 4 last time. Last game they got a massive amount. Schalke have only taken 1. Misfits have got both the first towers. This is just incredible play by Misfits, and I know sometimes it sounds like we are, playing them down a little bit, sounding surprised that their macro has been as good as it has, but watching them for the previous 5 weeks of Challenger Series, this is an entirely new team.
It absolutely is. It looks like a much stronger lineup than we had seen in the previous weeks, and part of that list is some personal growth here in the way that Pride Stalker has been playing. He had a good split, but this was the team that came fourth, narrowly came fourth on that last day of play, because of the results of the other series allowed Pride Stalker and the rest of Misfits to secure their spot. Yuki is a veteran of Challenger Series, as is Coscu. It's hard to say that they should have been favored. Coming into this upset, just gets caught.
So much damage onto him, and of course, because the wild growth is used on Lulex, Dreams goes low, does get taken out by Selfie. So it actually is a 1-for-0 trade, but coming back to your point, Misfits Academy only won 1 series in the Challenger Series. They got 2 ties, which got them into that 4th spot, and they lost 2 series as well. They are just so different to the team we saw a while ago.
Flank. He's got his ult.
The ult does come out, doesn't quite knock Selfie back, but Pridestalker doesn't really care. Kicked away by Lulex. They're looking for this tower, and this is the 2nd tier turret taken out. The dredge line doesn't connect from Smitty from the side, and that means Schalke cannot re-engage. Even in a 4v5, Misfits Academy are able to take down the tower.
They are still quite slow even with the Baron buff, though. This is one thing we're seeing from both games, is there are a lot of opportunities for Schalke to drag this game longer, and this is going to sound like a mimic of the last game.
It is a mimic of the last game.
It's a composition that Schalke have that will do better later on in the game. That's not an excuse for them to start making mistakes, because Misfits have shown they will end these games if there are mistakes made. And Schalke.
As much as I agree with you, that it's a late game composition, we've seen Schalke win in 25 minutes with a late game composition before. This is just Misfits Academy playing their comp incredibly well and understanding how to outplay Schalke at times. Even here, where Schalke are trying to perhaps set up a flank on Jisoo, you can see already Kozku's reacting and saying, no, we're not going to let you get these easy kills. And Kozku steals away the blue.
5-3 Victor. You have to respect in team fights, though. That is one thing. Oh, Upset.
Wild Growth, just enough to keep Upset alive. Doesn't burn the flash, does burn the heal, though. And Unleashed Power will be back off cooldown in about 100 seconds or so. Jisoo coming in on to Smitty J. Knocks him back. Here's the arrow, doesn't quite connect to Smitty, wasn't quite there. Redemption used by Misfits. The Inspire comes out as well.
3v5.
They're just going for it. They're continuing to push in. Smitty has to flash at the end. That's your tank. Flashing away.
Why is Schalke trying to start that fight early? I can understand they want to try and punish the flash being down from Syndra, but look at how low the rest of the team is. Upset is barely now back with the team, but again, it's 3v5. Don't take the numbers disadvantage on the fight. Selfie gets stunned.
Once again, caught out, and no Wild Growth for a little while still. This is all Misfits need to do. Keep setting up. Selfie flashes in through to the midst of the team. Doesn't survive as Kozku takes him down, and now Lulex the target. He's dead as well, even with the TP. Schalke seem to have lost this fight already. Smitty J caught in the midst of 4 members of Misfits can do nothing. 4 members of Schalke die. Misfits lose no one.
Schalke and Selfie have been trying to force these fights, and it is not working for them. They have picked a greedy composition for the 2nd game in a row, and this time they are losing on any kind of standing when you look at how they're composing themselves for this. Misfits Academy will crack the inhibitor here. Still 20 seconds on Selfie. It's not enough to win the game on its own, but Misfits Academy are looking like they're about to take this 2nd game.
Breaking this inhibitor is huge. Infernal Drake up in just 2 minutes. It will be Misfits' 4th dragon of the game if they take it, and they have taken so much from Schalke.
Why are you taking this fight? Look at how Smitty J has already lost all of his health, and then Schalke are standing close enough to an inner tower, and Selfie jumps in thinking he can get the exchange down onto that AD carry. Selfie doesn't have Lich Bane. He's not running one-shot Victor. He's running Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's. That isn't enough to straight up kill that AD carry who has heal, who has a Karma, has shields all the way through this. Yuki just flashed out and survived.
We talked about how the emotional game must have been playing on Misfits' minds. How much more must it be playing on Schalke's now? You can forgive losing one game. Like in your mind, you can say, okay, we weren't quite warmed up, we weren't quite stage ready, but now this is the 2nd game. This is a deciding game as well, because you have to 3-0 if you lose this. Schalke will be thinking to themselves, what's gone wrong?
And now you go from, it's not just Rengar. Clearly, it is more than just one pick for Misfits Academy. Smitty J is dead.
Dead. Dreams just gets
Why
him.
are they pushed out in mid lane right now? You have no vision control. This is basic League of Legends. If you do not have vision on an area and you are this far down, do not move there. And Schalke are going to get pushed in because of it.
But this is something we've seen Schalke do so well throughout the split. The basics of the mechanics of the macro play. And when they've got onto the stage today, Misfits Academy have just beaten them at their own game. They have done what Schalke do better, and what they do is they take down kills. Upset goes out, Pridestalker just zoning away the rest of Schalke Null Fear, and Misfits Academy with 5 members can look to end this game. The redemption will heal them up, and Schalke might not have a leg to stand on.
Schalke can't defend with just Selfie here.
Pridestalker exhausted. They're going for the Nexus Tower. Split focus. Lulex jumps in, but Kozku takes him down. He's on a rampage. The first Nexus Tower will fall as Misfits continue their pressure forward. They have pushed back the Schalke tank, and they're going to take out the 2nd Nexus in this best of 5. It's Misfits Academy 2-0.
convincing second game against Schalke, and what has been dominant form up against near disrespect from this Schalke lineup. 2 drafts back-to-back that have just been punished by Misfits Academy, a playstyle that has not respected Misfits Academy's lead, and with 2-0 match point, Misfits Academy are looking unstoppable.
And you can see the devastation as well on the Schalke team's faces. They did not expect to be in this situation. They haven't played exceptionally well, but a lot of it has just been Misfits playing better. Misfits have just outplayed Schalke 04, which is something that before the game started today, I really did not expect to be saying.
Not at all. Like, and I don't mean any disrespect ourselves to Misfits Academy, but the undefeated rank 1 regular split team that, okay, they fell behind a little bit, but it always looked like they were playing with their food. They were ahead. They ended up, ending games so quickly. And now they're at match point. 1 more loss shuts out Schalke's hopes. Everything that the team and the organization has talked about over the last 6 months since getting relegated out of the LCS, the practice structure, the high ticket player names that came straight out of the World Championships, everything is 1 game away from going back to Challenger and not meeting their goal of going to the LCS this split.
And I think if you're Schalke, you have to do what we talked about before game 1. Vander said, we have discipline as a team. We know what we're going to do. We play well. We play our macro. We play our strategy. That's what Schalke need to do, because although, both of these drafts, the strategy has been a little bit off, I think, in both of our opinions. They played a little bit too late. You change that for this next game and you say, look, we can win. We can beat this team. We've done it twice a couple of weeks ago. Let's just play our style once again and beat this team.
And it's not even like Misfits Academy are doing something we're not seeing other teams do, right? They're not coming out with anything that's surprising or difficult exactly to draft
to predict,
against. Right, exactly. They're playing mostly on meta stuff and executing it very well. 9-0 Kazakhs in this game, 9-2 Syndra, and you draft Victor Ezreal, and you're like, okay, we're just going to not win any lane, and then we're just going to try and fight you. And that doesn't work if you give the advantage over.
I think there's an addendum to your point saying that Misfits Academy aren't doing anything we haven't seen teams do. It's nothing we haven't seen LCS teams do. This is something we have not seen from other challenger teams apart from Schalke this split. So Misfits Academy have definitely taken these 2 weeks and really stepped up their game. Pridestalker especially. Both these games, he has been the dominant force that has pushed Misfits Academy towards these wins.
Like a lot of players get nervous their first time on stage. Pridestalker is like, okay, this is where I'm going to be super comfortable.
This seems to be his home at the moment. Well, while the players get ready for game 3, we're going to take a quick break. We'll get back into picks and bans when we return. Good game.
This series, it looks to be starting that way. Smitty J just let Jisoo go all the way through mid lane.
Depshot's going to knock him up and Dredgelone's going to pull him back and Jisoo's going to die. First blood, Schalke not fair. Flex takes him out. Dreams now off towards the side for Costume and Pridestalker have got here in time. Pridestalker sinks down the claws and takes down Upset.
We get killed? No, we get killed.
Listen, no flash, no ulti. Listen, no flash, no ulti.
Nice.
Okay, save.
Nice.
Comes the gravity well though. Jisoo's gonna jump in. Selfie onto Dreams will get the kill. Pridestalker gonna try and take him off towards the side. Gets him down. Up TP coming through to the middle of the team. Doesn't survive as Costume takes him down, and now Lulek's the target. He's dead as well. Even with the TP, Schalke seem to have lost this fight already. And they're gonna take out the second Nexus in this best of 5. It's Misfits Academy 2-0.
if we get good draft for top jungle, that's the thing we should aim the most, I feel like, because I don't know, it feels just those are the most the roles are just the most snowbally ones, and you can actually outdraft in these positions. Like let's say you ban Rengar and Elise and you pick Graves, then you have much stronger jungle throughout the game. It's the same with top lane, like Renekton, Camille seem like the best champions now. So I think we should aim to get a good matchup on the top side of the map.
Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where Misfits Academy are on the cusp of making it into the European LCS promotion tournament. A surprise, you have to say.
And I have to, unfortunately, use Vander's words, not against him, but take them and kind of break down what Schalke have been doing. That was recorded a couple of days ago. The drafts so far have been almost nothing focused on getting top and jungle together. These drafts have been support and AD carry early prioritization, a jungle prioritization, which has worked out, but they've left Smitty J to play the Nautilus now twice. And I feel like they need him on something that actually is a playmaker, because they've been putting every bot half lane basically in a losing situation for the most part. And if you don't have Smitty J on something that can carry, a tank isn't going to do enough on its own.
Now, as much as you can try and make a jungle matchup favorable for yourselves, we saw the Graves in the first game. When the enemy jungler plays as well as Pridestalker's playing, it's almost impossible for you actually to be able to match up against that. Went 9-0-7 in that second game. First game on the Rengar went on an absolute tear as well. He has been destructive.
I mean, this is the kind of performance that if ever you were going to have a time to peak.
A purple patch.
Heading from 4th seeded team against undefeated, you go right against them and take it to them and just make them look unorganized. Pridestalker's done a great job.
That he has. He's been able to catch out Lulex as well. I said yesterday on PGL, Lulex seemed to be his deadly shadow.
Yeah.
Well, now it's reversed, and Lulex needs to try and shake off the shackles that Pridestalker's put him under.
Really solid performances out of Pridestalker, and you can see this fight looked dire. At this point, they'd already got such a good start on Pridestalker, and then ends up picking up like 3 kills from this exchange. It's easy at this point for Pridestalker to pick up the kills. So a lot of the work that he's done has been earlier on in the game, getting that good start, forcing Lulex to make like not random plays, but tougher plays. Like Lulex trying to go in bot lane head on. Is like, what are you? Why are you trying to do that?
Like, kick, safeguard.
If you kick a minion, the gank is over. Like it is.
Well, if Pridestalker counter ganks as well, the gank is over, and that's exactly what we saw happen. And the rest of that is Schalke's decision making on top of those ganks as well, because they're like, why are Schalke diving a tier 2 tower when Pridestalker's still alive and when the tank's still alive? Why are they going for 5 members in the bot lane?
So that one I can kind of understand a little bit more, because if you've already basically won the fight in your mind and you're like, okay, let's clean this up, let's go aggressive. I think it was an overextension, right? But you can see where that decision making comes from. The one that I want to know is, like, late on into the game, why are you pushing mid lane? Why are you out of your base trying to push forward when you've just lost an inhib? Why are you trying to fight 3v5 back-to-back in fights, flashing on an AD carry to try and kill them when you're like 8k down in the game? Like, those are the types of decisions that Schalke have been making that are just so perplexing.
I think a lot of it comes back to something we were actually talking about in week 3 and week 4 of the Challenger Series, which is vision and vision control. Now, Schalke and Nulfir have the latest Sightstone buy on average from Vander and have the least wards placed per member of any team in any of the Challenger Series teams. That includes like Kingwin and Millennium. And before, we forgave them for it because we said, okay, the enemy team isn't placing that many wards, they can't kill that many wards, and they don't really need to change their wards because they're not getting killed by the enemy team because they're so far pushed back into their base. But now, I wonder if Schalke aren't reacting to the fact that they're the ones getting pushed back and placing more wards.
Well, old habits do die hard in that exchange. We saw the mid lane attempt where we were talking right about it, like, hey, if you get the tower, you can actually control more vision around mid. But I agree, like, that is a problem for them. But we want to take another look at some of the plays that not necessarily vision focused, but like that bot lane play we were talking about from Lulex, where they try and go aggressive and then suddenly they get beaten to the punch. So Lulex, at this point, maybe the gank should already have been done. You get Yuki, you just move out. But the problem is, look at how long it takes them to kill him. Pridestalker was here, great counter gank. I want to give him credit for that. Is like Schalke not spotting him out early enough. They didn't recognize he was there. And suddenly, it all goes awry because the TP comes so much earlier out of Jizu. Like, start counting 1, 2, 3, 5 seconds. I don't even know whether those are full seconds that I just counted, but there was a lot of time in between.
If there's enough time to count to 5, you really shouldn't be trying to get the counter TP out at the end of that.
At that point, I mean, it's like Smitty J should just be earlier on that. I would want to rewatch that again for like a 4th time to see if Smitty J actually had TP available, and whether there was a moment. Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury, so
it would just be us analysing that clip for the rest of the
again,
broadcast.
like frame by frame.
But then you can see the dangerous game actually saves Cosq at the end, which did happen. So, but it's very tight margins, but Schalke are overstepping.
There's the other side of that, which is if he doesn't have TP, that needs to be communicated, and Schalke need to back away, right? They need to react to the TP from Jisoo. So there's so many layers to plays like this that previously Schalke had been looking so good on plays like this, but now we're starting to see them struggle. And as we head into pick and bans for game 3 and a 2-0 Misfits Academy scoreline, we've swapped sides.
Yeah, Misfits Academy didn't get side selection this time. Schalke decided they wanted to go on the red side, which has been the winning side every game thus far. And now we see the respect ban coming out early from Schalke. Get rid of that Rengar. Misfits Academy sticking with the Elise and the Ivern.
And right now, Schalke should not be picking a lot of late game. I can excuse the likes of blind picking an Orianna or blind picking an Ezreal, but you will have a counter matchup in one of your lanes, which means you should be winning at least one lane heavily.
Well, if they fall back on what Vander was talking about, you look for top, get Smitty J something that will beat Jisoo in lane. Not something that goes even, not something that gets pushed in but scales well later game. Well, get him a winning matchup.
They have to be careful on that because if you, for instance, like blind pick a Renekton, Gnar gets played.
But you counter pick. You've got the final pick, haven't you?
Exactly, and that's that. Top lane is a difficult one to do that because if you ban a lot of the carries, you just play a tank matchup, and then it's difficult to actually have a winning match. And we've seen a couple of tanks be banned out here.
Shen has been taken away. Jace as well, once again banned out by Misfits Academy, so I didn't want to first pick that. Now they do have a lot of options here for their first pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if you saw first pick Kha'Zix or something like that coming through from Misfits, or at least high priority. Again, it has worked so well for them.
Yeah, getting the Tahm Kench for Dreams once again. Worked out well for them in game 1. A couple of times he misplayed, but still a very strong pick.
Tahm Kench is a good pick for punishing greedy opponents because you end up behind them all of a sudden, and if they're out of position, they have to take a very difficult fight. So that's what worked in game 1 for Misfits Academy. We'll see whether it works in game 3.
It's the rotational macro play as well, the ability to get from lane to lane so quickly. We saw Schalke getting caught out by that. Once again, looking towards the Lee Sin here for Lulex. There's still Kha'Zix on the cards for Pridestalker, and he played that well last game.
And Lulex had a decent game on the Lee Sin overall. I mean, mechanically, he always is going to look good. It's one of his comfort picks that we've seen for years. So I like that it starts an early game focus here, but let's at least continue it. Pick a scaling component. AD or mid lane. I don't care. You decide, Schalke. But the rest of the map, do not pick slow scalers. Okay, this is what we need. Good. Put it in Vander's hands at the same time. And for Schalke, I think this already indicates a much faster game. But Misfits Academy have shown they're good in the early game.
Exactly, and that's the thing we wouldn't have expected before today. You know, Misfits Academy had always been the later game team that prides themselves on winning team fights. Their skirmish play has been phenomenal today. And even with that Malzahar pickup, I'm worried that Misfits Academy can draft a composition that just plays well into the Mouse early on. It's going to be the Graves and the Ash.
That is true. I'm looking at this one. I want to see what they rounded out with. If they don't go AD carry here, something like a Caitlyn. We've seen a bunch of Ezreal. No Jhin in this series, but would work. Ooh, that would be good for
you
top
want
lane.
Carries.
That would
you
be
want
good.
Carries. There's a carry for you. It's Camille, the deadly shadow up in the top lane.
But now we get to see the response. Out of Misfits Academy. Renekton's still up, so Schalke are likely to ban it. It's one of the matchups that does well into Camille. And I think while this is better out of Schalke, like I have lost so much confidence in the execution that I still am kind of thinking that Misfits Academy should be the favored team now in game 3 with a 2-0
I totally agree.
Position to be in. Like, I think without something catastrophically going wrong, you must look at them as a favored team.
I think if you are a bookie and you're doing odds on this game, you change from probably, 10-1 for Misfits Academy to win the best of 3, and now you're going at 1 and 2. It's in favor of them. They are so far and away better than Schalke today. Gragas ban from Schalke Null Fear, taking away Jisoo's top lane carry, and then the Syndra ban as well.
This is smart, because you're leaving them with the likely an Ezreal, and then a scaling mid laner. That Akali comes through. We know Cosq's an Akali player, but I would have to check this. I don't believe CosQ has played Akali in a professional LCS or Challenger, LoL Esports professional game.
I don't think he has either.
I don't think he has.
But obviously Schalke think that he is a threat on that Akali, or perhaps it is even a top lane Akali ban, and something that Jisoo's been practicing. I didn't find it in my research. It's always a possibility, though. Now, we get to the second rotation.
There's the scaling.
Straight away for Schalke, it's the scaling you wanted.
Works with the Malzahar, though. Very good at pushing, very good at locking one person down. You get the kill. However, we got a Tahm Kench. Everything now goes against the Tahm Kench on Dreams. They have to utilize it all. And we're going back to game one. This is so similar to game one. Just the Rengar is different so far.
Comfort for CosQ, and it's a Poppy top. Poppy actually works really well into Camille because of the steadfast presence. When she's trying to jump in and out onto you, you pop that down and you stop her being able to engage.
Yeah, it's certainly a champion we haven't seen too much recently. The Renekton would have given them, I think, a good early game basis to build from for Misfits. And there's the Talia. Okay, this is a very different draft out of Schalke, a lot closer to what we saw out of them in the regular split. And I think finally Schalke have dropped this late game focus for the better, I would have to imagine, but it doesn't mean that one mistake in this game isn't going to throw it completely out of the window.
We've seen Jisoo play Poppy actually this split, and I think it was into a Camille. He played incredibly well on it, managing to catch the Camille underneath the turret a couple of times. And it's an interesting draft all around, because as you say, Schalke have moved away from this late game. They still have a bit of scaling. Tilia's still strong late. Camille, incredibly powerful in that split push later on. But Misfits Academy have just gone for their tried and true. They've got the Ashe Tahm Kench combination they played in the first game. They've got the Graves Surprise Stalker, something he had incredible impact on earlier on in the split. In fact, his first game, I believe, with Misfits Academy was on that Graves. He didn't die and he got 9 kills in it. So if he can once again show how powerful he is, it's going to be an interesting match to watch.
It absolutely will be, but this is a situation I don't think anyone really expected, apart from maybe Misfits Academy. We are into a difficult moment on this one for Schalke 04. Misfits Academy in a great spot. 2-0 up. Can they close it out and be the second team into the promotion tournament alongside Origin?
That's the big question, Stress. And you have to remember, a lot of these Misfits Academy team players are not that experienced at this big level. They're not experienced on the stage. And right now, those nerves might be playing havoc with their ability to win this third game. Schalke 04, though, they'll have been used to being in this position. A lot of LCS veterans there. And we are about to get on to the Summoner's Rift. Make sure you tweet at us, hashtag EUCS with your winner, hashtag MFA win if you think they'll lock their spot in the promotion tournament, and hashtag S04 win if you think Schalke will be able to get back into this series.
What a moment.
What a snail.
What? This right here. This is why you never call it done until it's over, right? People for Schalke were tweeting, we just got to make our way to the promotion tournament.
Reddit threads were full of Origin, watch out for the Schalke tank.
Yeah,
Origin, watch out for the Schalke tank.
I mean, it was even on a little show.
It was.
Called the EULCS.
Should we do that? Should we?
I don't think we got the Jaws
quick
music.
You can be Vedius.
I don't think we need to do that right now. But I mean, everybody was saying, Origin, watch out. I mean, Schalke even put out that remade Star Wars GIF, which was great. But I mean, they clearly probably should have spent less time making GIFs and more time making drafts coming into this one, because Misfits Academy 2-0 up right now. Schalke absolutely need to come out of the gate swinging in this game.
That they do, but I think we can't put anything by Misfits Academy here. They have played incredibly well, exceptionally at points against this Schalke lineup, and it hasn't been that Schalke have played the worst League of Legends they've ever played. At times they've made good decisions, they've made cross-map plays. Misfits have just been a couple of steps ahead at every single point. A lot of it comes down to Pride Stalker as well, who has read Lulex like a book.
Jisoo's been playing well, Yuki's been playing better than we've seen from him in quite a long time. He is a veteran of the Challenger scene, so I think at this point, when you look at it from a competition standpoint, the way Misfits have played today is the style of team that I want to see in the promotion tournament. One that is active, is playing aggressive, and is actually working for a lot of the plays they're making. So I'm I'm looking forward to seeing what Game 3 holds for us. This is a very different style out of Schalke. And when Selfie's been playing Talia, it's looked very good. But
early straight away. He's going to get the red buff slow as well and has to flash both summoners down on Selfie straight away.
That's exactly what Misfits Academy need to do to try and stop this Talia. Selfie's actually recalling out because he needs his health back. He knows that he is going to be on the losing end of any trades in this lane now, and if Pridestalker were to come around again, would mean certain death. So Selfie's gone back, picks up a control ward for himself, and the pressure's already on.
Pretty sure Unlimited watched PGL last night, because what I said is how you defeat Schalke 04 is you camp Selfie in the mid lane, and that's exactly what they've done in the last couple of games. Already half the CS of his opposing laner. It's only 11-5, but it's a massive differential early on.
I'm glad Unlimited watches PGL, seemingly. If you want to watch PGL, anybody after this series, you can find it on the YouTube, LOL Esports. Yeah, everything's over there. Or if you watch it live during the show, that's great as well. It's after the end of every LCS day, we end up talking a little bit more about the league, and I have to imagine this week we're going to end up talking about this series regardless of how it goes, because right now, history in the making as Misfits Academy turn around an entire split. Let's see if they can close it out.
Yeah, they still haven't finished it yet.
Yeah,
Schalke
exactly.
have shown us how long they can go without losing, and they'll be trying to revitalize that spree with this game. They just need 3 in a row. They did 10 before. It's not too far of a stretch. Pridestalker getting a little bit of vision once again, but he is looking for Selfie. Could go up towards top because Smitty J is pushed forward. Decides to get it just in the back.
Look at the difference now. Schalke with Vander on this Malzahar. I think it's a good setup, utilizing some of his experience, his wisdom, and already focusing heavily on vision control behind the Dragon Pit. They've obviously swapped sides now to the red side of the Rift, so a little bit of different geography and topography down on that bottom side. You get different scenery that you can spot out with those wards.
New snails to find.
Yeah.
I think the thing is as well, we have to remember Schalke picked blue side game 1. It wasn't like they've been forced onto red both sides. Schalke got the choice first, Misfits second, and now Schalke once again. Lulex invading for some of these Razor Beaks.
And as he will probably take about half of Pridestalker's health, but isn't going to go for a dive. I think that's fair though. Most teams will start out on blue side and go, okay, well, we'll get the high priority pick as our first pick, and everything from there should fall in line. And you'd be excused for saying that, but it seems like Misfits Academy have just had very strong first rotations. The first game was Tamken Shrenga. Second game was that Karma Kha'Zix, both of which looked very, very strong.
And Yuki's really stepped up for his team as well. He's had this Ashe 3 games in a row. He's been landing those arrows pretty effectively throughout the entire time. And it's something you have to do as an AD carry, is be able to provide that utility to the team at the moment.
Yeah, and to talk a little bit about Yuki as a player, this guy disappeared for a while. He was on the old G2 lineup when they were Gamers 2 in Challenger Series, still struggling to qualify out. It was Yuki and Kasing. And for a while there, Yuki's also played with Dude, other players like that, and we didn't see him for about a year. And suddenly he comes back looking great. Ooh, top lane. You expect
Jisoo to get forced out, especially since he hasn't backed. Smitty J backed, got his Sheen, used his TP. And now, because Jisoo's being able to push up the light wave, he'll go back. But actually, during that year, I had a bit of experience with Yuki. He went over to the UK scene and played for Renegades Banditos, who won the ESL UK National League. And now, actually, we saw him, though that team became the Misfits.
They did.
So he was actually the sub for Misfits last split in the Challenger Series, and now is playing for them once again.
Yeah, so it's been a while since we've seen Yuki in this position, but I mean, you've got to give him credit. Compared to his counterpart on the Rift, like Upset. Upset's been caught a lot. And now Upset is a player that a lot of people have talked about, you know, originally, I believe was penciled in for the Giants lineup and played over at IEM, if I'm not mistaken, with that lineup. Now Cosq on a roam up topside. We'll talk about Upset later as this series goes on.
Smitty J does have flash, but the miasma will come down. There's the Petrifying Gaze as well. Smitty J tries to put the ultimatum out, but Pridestalker is there in time and will get first blood. Misfits take him down.
So much put topside on this exchange out of Misfits. They had to make it work, but Smitty J ends up on the losing side of that exchange. Now Lulex trying to get something done bot side. Hawkshot did just spot him out. That is going to be a key factor now because Misfits Academy can play around this gank. Lulex pretty much gets denied here. Everything has to go on Dreams. Vanda's not level 6 yet, neither is Upset. You can see that Schalke are taking a long time over this, and Pridestalker is already coming down into the lane. There's no play here anymore. Schalke have to back away.
Because the level 6 wasn't there as well, and Vanda wasn't actually in the lane, he was coming back from base, it meant they weren't able to do anything with it. And I just want to come back to that top lane gank, because a lot of it comes down to how far Selfie was pushed out early on. He was back in base when that play happened.
He was back in base, hasn't been able to roam out. In a Cassiopeia, beating a Talia around the map on the roam is pretty much unexpected at that point, but without that flash early on, Selfie sacrificed a lot in the laning phase. Now Schalke want to fight over this red.
Schalke
Again,
playing
no
around
6.
Vision. Yeah, Pridestalker doesn't have 6. Lulex does, though, looking for the
Good
kick.
flash.
Will kick him away. Here comes Selfie with the Weaver's Wall, and Pridestalker caught out by Schalke. Great play around Vision there by Schalke 04.
This is better. They get the Vision down. Now they come across with the Talia. It was nice flash immediately from Pridestalker, denied the flash kick attempt from Lulex, ultimately ends up dying because Talia comes in with the Weaver's Wall, and this is what Schalke needed to do. It's earlier focus. Okay, they're not getting the tower from it, but they've been able to get a gold lead early on in response to the initial play that Misfits made. Nice block into the wall.
This is what you can do on the Poppy. You can actually shut the Camille down quite hard when you start to get some tankiness under your belt, especially with those Ninja Tabis. But coming back to jungle, we talked about it at the start of the day. Lulex, on average, around the 15-minute mark, is an entire level of experience ahead of his enemy laner. Here he is 2 levels, and we're only 8.5 minutes in.
This is what we saw from Schalke in nearly 10 games of the regular split. And 3 games into a series, they've decided to show up a little bit. And Schalke, you can see, looking for the play. Now they turn on Pridestalker because Dreams, if he moves forward towards Pridestalker to save him, it's Dreams that'll end up dying there. The Voidlings were replicating already. There was a lot of damage going down. It probably would have been a double kill rather than just the one. So Dreams pieces out, looks for the exit on that. And Schalke continued this bot lane push.
First time we've seen Schalke take a lead at the 10-minute mark, or there and thereabouts. Usually it's been Misfits, mostly off farm as well, but Schalke, drafting this more aggressive early style, have played into it, getting Vision down into that red side jungle and catching Pridestalker out.
I was passing Schalke in the hallway in between games after game 2, and with first tower going down in favor of Schalke, this will reinforce what I overheard Selfie saying, where he was like, I'm not worried yet. Like, that's a good sign that Selfie is not worried, but Misfits Academy...
Keep his verdict! That's the way to get out of the octagon, isn't it? Jisoo knocks them away and gets himself to safety.
Misfits Academy likely had a very different conversation where it's just like, oh, we've basically already won. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. So, glad to see that the mental side of the game was still okay for Schalke. That time did not connect with the tower. Oh, Smitty J.
Arrow a long way away, and Smitty J stunned for a long time. Pridestalker takes him out. 2 kills for the Graves.
Good job trying to hamstring this top side of the map, and Yuki and Dreams are already up here top side. Didn't even use the Abyssal Voyage to get there, so they're going to try and push onto this tower with the Graves as well.
This is what Graves can do that we didn't see Lulex do with it in game 1.
But the problem is Upset and Vanda are already here in response, and after Misfits have used so much, they have to back away. They don't get the tower effectively, so Schalke maintaining the tower lead, maintaining the gold lead for now. Glad to see that they're firing back here.
Looks like Selfie just going to set up down towards this bottom side. They'll get red side vision once again.
Jisoo, I think. Well, at least they have the option to here. Smitty J is not in lane, so it means they don't want to commit to it. You can see a lot of fall back pings from Misfits Academy onto Jisoo bot lane. As Kozq's roaming top, spotted out on a ward, so no play should be made on either side right now.
We'll just have another look at this top lane play, because Yuki gets the arrow, it connects from a long way away. And the wall jump, it wouldn't have gone through anyway,
no,
I think, with a stun coming out. So Pridestalker was in the right position. I thought the arrow might have been a little bit too far, but with Pridestalker flanking, it's a pretty easy kill for us.
It was good. It was a good setup. And Schalke, though, will take the dragon for themselves. Lulex with that Lee Sin, able to take it quickly. And this game has turned right around. Pridestalker is heavily down against Lulex, who on this Lee Sin has finally started showing up. Pridestalker now caught out, and Selfie's here.
There.
Just takes him out.
Just destructive power of the Talia. Not quite sure why Pridestalker's in that position, really too far into the enemy jungle, considering that you know the 2 members, the bot lane is up on that top side of the map for Schalke 04.
If you're just tuning in because you heard Schalke are 2 games down, This is not the
Normality has
Schalke that have been
assumed.
playing in the last 2 games. This was Schalke from the regular split, and this has looked a lot closer to what we were anticipating. But nevertheless, you can't take anything away from Misfits yet. They still have a 2-game lead. They still are only 1 game away from the promotion tournament. And they still are trying to fight.
It feels like the scaling to some degree is in their favor as well. You've got the Casio, Kosku's Comfort, Yuki on the ADC, on the Ash will still carry pretty well late game. Pride Stalker, Graves has a lot of pressure late, and Jisoo will be an unkillable tank in the front line. So Misfits Academy kind of need to do what Schalke have been trying to do in the last couple of games and just say, okay, we'll delay, we'll take a tower here or there when we can, and stop you getting too much in this early game.
I don't know whether I'd say they definitively outscaled, but what I would say is that Schalke certainly have better options at this point in the game. Kosku, good turn from Selfie again. He was doing those even in the regular split while he was with latency. Now obviously in a low ping environment, even easier to do. Gets to flex a bit of those mechanical skills.
Selfie's been a standout performer for Schalke across this split. Of course, played for Misfits the last Challenger split and helped them get through to the LCS and then was replaced on the roster by Power of Evil. Now he's really looking, and has been over the last couple of years, to solidify his spot at the top of the European scene. You know, he wants to be one of these well thought of EU mid laners. He wants to be along the lines of Expeke and Froggen and PoE. You know, he wants to be someone everyone looks up to, and for Bibben, he hasn't quite got there yet. But these next 3 games could prove it.
Could. Might even have to face off against one of those as a support in the promotion tournament. If he gets
for that
there.
1 game.
If they get there. It's still obviously 2 games down. I'm a lot more confident in Misfits Academy now than when we started this series. Problem is, Selfie on this Talia has looked a lot better than the last 2 games. We saw 1 game of Oriana from him. We saw a game of Victor in game 2, and he just couldn't quite survive, but now he's the one that's ahead. 2 kills already. Good start, has that roaming potential, and now out in the side lane is going to try and solidify a push for the team.
And this is where experience starts to make a difference as well. You know, the Misfits Academy guys will be thinking quite emotionally probably to some degree, saying, look, we're on the cusp, we're right there, we're almost there into the promotion tournament. And Schalke 04 with a few more experienced heads, 4 players who've been to the LCS, 2 players who've been to Worlds, or perhaps be a little bit more contemplative, just saying, look, we just need to win this 1 game and then we can win the next and then we can win the next. Let's take it a game at a time. It's the best of 1 for Schalke from now on out.
Yeah, back-to-back, 3 of them, and you can't afford to make a mistake. And Kosku, oh, Lulex. It was an early turn from Lulex. Kosku this time just lets the ult go anyway. Big cooldown away. They got the Ghost too. Now Schalke are going to try and push out mid. You can see they have the Caitlyn there already shoving. No Hurricane yet, but still good push potential with that Piltover Peacemaker.
And it's the first time in this series as well we've seen Schalke ahead at the 15-minute mark, or around the 15 to 20-minute mark. They're 3,000 gold up. Smitty J continues to push in this side lane. And that's the steadfast. That's the power of Poppy into the Camille. It's the reason that Poppy's a relatively safe tank matchup to pick into that Blade Mistress.
It's an okay matchup, yeah, and as Poppy has got that assist and Sunfire Cape already completed, it means that Smitty J is never going to run away with this match. At least not until late on, and even then Poppy gets so much resistance when Steadfast Presence is on that it's so difficult to do anything. Schalke have slowed down though, as to be expected. And I want to see where the next play is coming from them. They do want to try and get mid tower down, but Ash is sitting back there, has the Cassiopeia. They should be able to defend.
Yeah, it should be okay for Misfits Academy around that mid lane, but I want to look at the Risen focus. As we can see, they're toggling, the observers are toggling it for slightly here. There's great vision for Schalke 04 up in that top side river. And now Misfits Academy are starting to step forward and try and get some control wards down of their own. This is where Schalke win this game, in my opinion. If they can get vision control in this mid-game in the next 10 minutes, that's where they start to make picks, and that's where they start to snowball. Yeah,
and it's Vanda on this Malzahar that's going to be the key point of those picks. And then the follow-up will come from Selfie, from Lulex. If they need Smitty J, bring him in as well. But I think giving Vanda that all-important go button with the flash ult is exactly what Schalke and Nolfear need to rectify a lot of the issues that we saw in previous games where people were just kind of getting caught out a little bit or they weren't making plays. There was no way to get things started.
Sometimes you do just need that Bronzodia composition, you know, everyone presses R. You just need someone to be able to pull that trigger and say, look, we're going. I'm not saying Schalke 04 is a Bronzodia composition.
I know you're not.
But they have a trigger, which is the Mauser Heart ult, and then everyone can pile in on top of that.
I'm gonna reword.
Probably a good idea.
The World's semi-finalist experience engage is how we should paint that in a nicer light than Bronzodia Go.
You do just need a go trigger sometimes, and that is what Misfits Academy have with the Yuki arrow as well. Vander has to flash it, means there's no flash Nethergrasp available.
No Bronzodia. I'm going to go with World's semi-finalist.
Okay,
That's how we're going to go for it.
I like, you know, press R win game sort of compositions a lot of the time. Kosku got his defense slice, but Shove comes out. Hill will flash away. Petrifying Gaze dodged by Lulex and Selfie. Kosku kind of set back in, will defend the tower for the time being, but Schalke are pounding down on two structures. They'll get top lane, and they'll look for mid next.
Yeah, they get the top tower, and they couldn't convert the kill in mid lane onto Kosku. Kosku with just enough defensive capability to hang on to that, and Pridestalker will clear out the wave as well. So denying any second tower in that play. Two towers already have gone down in favor of Schalke, though. None for Misfits Academy, and this is the difference now. Schalke came with a winning lane at least, so at least one. Now they had the Camille as well. It did get camped, and they just made plays around the rest of the map. 2-0 for Selfie was what they needed to deny Misfits that early game that was comfortable for them.
And they're getting early dragons on top of it as well. Ocean Drake so powerful if you get them early on in the game that the generation can just make you unstoppable. It's a consistent siege threat because you just push forward, take a bit of poke, step back for a few seconds, regen all your health, and then step forward once again.
Looking at it, Misfits Academy are going to really struggle to actually push. Camille will hold Poppy or Cassiopeia, either one. And mid lane with these traps, with the push put down from Upset, it's difficult, near impossible to push out that wave. And Talia can wave clear very effectively as well. So Misfits Academy are kind of stuck waiting for Schalke to make a mistake.
As we approach that 20-minute mark, Schalke sitting pretty. 3,500 gold ahead, a couple of, well, equal on kills, but a couple of towers ahead for themselves as well. The first time we've really seen Schalke have a convincing lead early on, and with a composition that seems a lot more well-rounded than previous ones. Smitty J dodges the Petrifying Gaze with the Hextech Ultimatum, and he'll take down Kosku.
Now Schalke have decided, like, okay, we'll give him the Cassiopeia, but just everybody dodge the ults, all of them. If you don't dodge an ult, yeah, there's probably some saying in there about not eating.
I'm pretty, Jankos would probably say you're not allowed to eat. You can't dodge an ult, you're not allowed food for the rest of the week. Pridestalker going to chase Lulex down here, but should be able to get away. The arrow comes out, Smitty J just around the corner, and Pridestalker will dodge out the tactical sweep. Lulex still stunned up, Jisu's going to knock him back. Kick back will keep him alive for the time being. Pridestalker's not done yet, takes him out. Smitty J going to jump back in as Upset puts down the traps and looks for the headshots. One down, Abyssal Voyage in by Dreams, the Weaver's Walls coming in by Selfie as well, and it's only Dreams alone. He will eat up Jisoo, pop the thick skin and try and get the Poppy out. You cannot escape the wall though, and Smitty J and Schalke take down 3.
Schalke have made Misfits Academy pay for it. The over-aggression in the top lane, and Schalke just bring Stealthy in, they clean up. Upset has the damage, Lulex fell, but it took so long for them to kill. Schalke have completely turned their fortunes around in this series with this game 3. I mean, Lulex, yes, he gets hit by the arrow, but Smitty J is a deterrent for a while, and Lulex flashes forward, desperately trying to get him out. Good kick to at least hang on. And look where Selfie is. They know all they've got to do is buy time, and Misfits Academy buy into this exchange. Dreams even ulting himself, putting himself the other side of the wall. Doesn't realize he's not going to be able to get back over. Tries desperately to save Jisoo, but it's a 2 versus 4 at that point.
The difference is, in game 2, we saw Schalke take an engage, Misfits Academy turn it back on them, and then Schalke over-aggress. Here, we saw Misfits Academy take an engage, go too far in, probably should have settled with the 1 kill onto Lulex, and then lose out because of it. It's the team that doesn't react quickly enough to the evolving state of the play that is losing these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely is. And it's disheartening. Like, as much as you have to commend Misfits for the first 2 games, somehow Game 3 has gone awry, and it's not just like side selection. I think the draft out of Schalke has been better than we've seen in the last 2 games. I want to see Misfits Academy with like the Kazakhs or the Rengar again. I think like Pridestalk is still playing well on this Graves, but I think it was just a little hands-off early on. He got into mid lane and burned the flash, but after that, there weren't really any other plays for Pridestalker to make, and with lanes that were difficult to move into, Misfits Academy haven't got a tower yet, and I think it's going to be quite a while until they actually get one in this game.
This is much more like the Schalke we saw across the Challenger split. 6,000 gold ahead, moving their vision line up, denying vision from the enemy, getting 2 wards for 1. Oof. Just pure bonus for them at the moment. And Schalke just shutting Misfits out of this game. They're doing what Misfits did in game 1 back to them.
I think the problem, though, is it's like, I don't know whether this is the right analogy, but when you find out how a magic trick works and then you see the magic trick again, it looks really underwhelming, right? Yeah. After watching Schalke in the first 2 games, I'm like, okay, well, now we're seeing what they play like, but I've also seen the rough side as Ace in the Hole flies all the way through. However, I am happy it's going to be a more competitive series right now, because Misfits Academy looked like they were going to close this out in 3 games.
And Schalke have now denied all vision around this Baron, so they can take that pretty easily if they want to start it up. Jisoo's in the bot lane, does have teleport, and of course Dreams has the Abyssal Voyage for that threat. But I totally agree with you. I think you need to look at it from Schalke's perspective to a certain degree as well and say they went 2-0 down, and they have the mental strength to be able to come back out and put out this performance. The question is now whether Misfits, if they lose this game, are able to come back next game and say, look, we haven't lost the series. We're still well in this.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a situation where, like, we've seen Challenger teams have this kind of setting before. Like, Millennium were looking so good, but mid lane, here comes the play.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Selfie trying to shut out Cosq. Jisoo's there as well, and with the tank there, it looks like Schalke will delay for a second. Jisoo taken up, Cosq flashes in, taken out, Vander there as well. Here's the arrow, Lulex goes low, eaten up, and now Jisoo needs to get away. Smitty J, Hexa ultimatum onto Jisoo, popping in, but not quite popping off, and now Misfits will be able to force Schalke back.
Yeah, Schalke will continue this push, reassert vision control around the jungle, and then, you know, move back towards that Baron. So Schalke still coming out ahead from that. They got Cosq, now Ace in the Hole comes out. Lulex still thinking about it.
Pridestalker caught out in the jungle. Selfie's going to take him down. TP in as well. Jisoo actually did try and counter TP in, but he's going to walk straight into 4 members of Schalke 04. Tried to get the big outplay onto Selfie. Knocks that down. Vander. Selfie goes low. Jisoo with the 3-man knock-up. Dreams trying to gobble him up and run him away. Will be able to escape for the moment, but not from Smitty J, who jumps across the wall and takes down the kill. Jisoo, steadfast presence will save him for the time being, and Schalke once again back away from the fight, but they take down so many of Misfits.
Schalke initially looked to be setting up for a Baron after that first kill. The way that they were moving on the map, they may still look to just re-establish that control, but Cosq is back. That's a dangerous component of this Misfits Academy lineup. They're trying to lock down in the mid lane. Yuki fires the arrow.
That was close. Does it, Selfie? Caught up.
Behind the tower.
Total mispositioning there by Selfie to get caught out by that arrow. But
they
Schalke
actually have.
Yeah, they've started up this Baron. No vision for Misfits at all.
They have Hawkshot if Misfits can
It's done. It's done by the time you use Hawkshot now. It's just gone down. And this is great take by Schalke 04, taking out the Baron, getting themselves their first Baron of the series here against Misfits Academy.
And it's gone completely the opposite way. Pridestalker was here, way pushed over. Selfie actually got the blue buff before this exchange. And you see Pridestalker dies, the TP finally completes from Jisoo, and he joins the fight again, but doesn't get that much done when it comes to Selfie. Like, he was trying to get in there for that kill. Takes some of the health off Schalke, and plays good distraction so they can't instantly go for the Baron, but Smitty J over the wall shows us why this Camille has been banned away from him in previous weeks. Nice little block with a steadfast presence, but Schalke initially, you know, they already were looking good. They then turn for the Baron, get the Baron buff, and now they want to try and push in. Cosq they have to use the Abyssal Voyage in order to save Cosq, as Talia Selfie was trying to go aggressive onto it.
I think Cosq actually wanted that fight, but SmittyJ's pushing in a side lane here, and this is exactly what you want to do with Camille.
I think I wonder whether Renekton would have been a more successful pick here. I think the Poppy is still fine, but considering the assistance that SmittyJ has had now, I don't feel like Poppy's ever getting to a point where they're going to control this. Look at this push out from SmittyJ.
I think part of it is the assistance, though. He's going to get 2 towers on the push, 3 towers for Schalke thus far off this Baron, and they're going to continue on the aggressive. The rest of Schalke are joining the fight. SmittyJ pushed into the wall, but Jisoo is the one that's low. Cosq now trying to turn back around, stuns up Lulex. Redemption comes out, but Jisoo's dead. Hextech ultimatum onto Yuki. He's gobbled up by Dreams, who tries to get him away. Nether Grasp on Cosq, kicked in. He's going to go down. Schalke null fear. Take 2 kills, take an inhibitor, and perhaps take this game by the scruff of the neck.
Schalke are going to push this down with the Baron buff. They have enough push power. Only 2 members of Misfits Academy dead, but SmittyJ.
Dreams forced back once again. Upset has been exhausted. Schalke looking for the win here. Just 1 Nexus tower between them and their first win of this best of 5. They look to push in towards it. The Nexus is falling, and Schalke take their first game against Misfits Academy.
Where have they been in this series up until game 3? That was what we were expecting coming into it. It's taken 3 games, but finally Schalke have woken up to the challenge that was Misfits Academy, and we're at 2-1 in this series.
We've got a series on our hands now, Stress.
I knew you'd say it.
Did you actually? That's great, but I want to just come back to objective control, because it's something we said that Schalke was so good at doing before we started these series, and then we saw Misfits take all 4 of the first Barons, take the majority of the first Dragons. Now, Schalke had not lost a Baron in Challenger Series before today, and now they've lost 4 of 5. That game was a lot stronger from them. They didn't give up a Dragon. I don't think they gave up a turret, may have given up 1, but they didn't give up a Baron either. And that is how Schalke play well. They have early game lanes in certain portions, they have scaling somewhere else, and they take objectives.
Yeah, exactly. They come off on this Camille setup, and SmittyJ kind of got camped early with the 3 members going top, but from their bot got ahead for Schalke. Selfie started roaming. Lulex was making plays, had the 2-level advantage at one point. Like, that was the Schalke that were meant to be here like 2 hours ago. Unfortunately, for Schalke specifically, they didn't show up 2 hours ago. They come up in game 3, and I think this now puts a very interesting series, because now at least we have proof that Schalke aren't just toppling over in this series, right? Now game 4, I think, should be the most competitive of the entire series so far.
I totally agree, and part of it is because Misfits Academy will now know what Schalke do when they do it really well, but also there's a mental aspect to it, because Schalke will have said, we have to win this game to stay in the series. There'll be a lot of adrenaline running there, and they'll play really well in that 3rd game. If you can maintain that for a 4th game, that's where you separate the good teams from the great teams. That's where you actually manage to take that next step, because you no longer have the natural adrenaline coursing through your veins. It's pure mental fortitude.
I think, though, if we see Pride Stalker on a Rengar, on a Kha'Zix, that's what worked very well for them in games 1 and 2. I think that's the kind of start that Misfits Academy can build from. For Schalke, though, I think this Lee Sin's working well. Camille, I don't know whether they're going to get again. And we might see even that Talia banned away. It was banned in game 1. Yeah. Actually, it was Schalke that banned it in game 1.
Camille tends to be a 2nd rotation ban, and of course Misfits have red side now as well. So we're going to see a little bit more jiggery pokery, or a little bit more messing around in that draft phase.
I believe Misfits still have another couple of minutes to choose, because we're on dynamic side selection. They have from the moment the Nexus falls, it's I believe 4 minutes.
I was making an assumption that they would pick red side, which is a bad thing to do. I apologize.
You know what happens when you assume?
We have an intense matchup on our hands. When we come back, we'll have game 4 between Schalke Null Fear and Misfits Academy. Make sure you stick around. SmittyJ tries to put the ultimatum out, but Pride Stalker is there in time and will get first blood. Misfits take him down. Pride Stalker doesn't have 6. Lulex does, though, looking for the kick. Flash. Will kick him away. Here comes Selfie with the Weaver's Wall, and Pride Stalker caught out by Schalke.
No flash Casio, no flash Casio, no flash Casio, no flash Casio. Nice Smitty!
Go tower, top. What's the trap rush? What's the trap rush? Nice! Kill him. I exhaust.
Nice shot.
Look to push in towards it. The Nexus is falling, and Schalke take their first game against Misfits Academy. Welcome back to our studio in Berlin. Game 4 is about to get into Champions Select between Misfits Academy and Schalke 04. And you can see Misfits there concentrating, deliberating, discussing how they win this next game.
Sorry, I was just trying to even up the difference here, just like Schalke have tried to with their first win in this series.
Oh, that was great. So happy with that pardon.
Because Schalke, that was looking better out of Schalke. I'm glad now game 4, we can see both of these teams maybe at their top potential here, because this is what Schalke were doing very well. They're going aggressively into the jungle, contesting everything, bring in Selfie, get the kill, and everything is looking a lot better in this game. And Misfits Academy tried to make plays to offset some of this, but it just wasn't enough. I don't believe they actually ended up taking a tower at all in that last game.
And I think a lot of it does come back to draft, and as much as you can't say draft lost them the first 2 games, when you give Schalke this draft that plays a little bit better in the early game and can capitalize on enemies' mistakes with the Talia, with the Camille, with the Malzahar for the lockdown potential, it just works so much better for them as a team.
It does, and we were talking a lot about how Vando would be, you know, an experienced player when it comes to setting off a lot of these engages. So much of it actually came from Lulek, Selfie, and Vando walking around as almost a 3-man stack, like just roaming around and getting any kills that they could. And Smitty J was kind of the benefactor of everything because he got far enough ahead, he could just push any tower down he wanted.
Well, Vanda said it himself, you know, focus at getting that top laner counter pick, focus at getting a strong jungler. That's exactly what they did, and it paid off for them no end. And I want to come back to Misfits Academy because I feel that we tend to talk about the team that's ahead, which is what you tend to do when you're casting a game. But Misfits Academy now, how did they work around Schalke actually realizing where Schalke's weakness was originally?
Ooh, that's a tough one, because I think Schalke's weakness was a lot to do with like how they were utilizing the drafts that they played. So it's a little bit on the coaching stuff, but I also think that like Misfits Academy, if they go back to comfort side of things now, if they end up with the Kha'Zix or the Rengar, I don't think Graves is a bad pick for them, but I think it's a little more hands-off. I think they need to be the proactive team and kind of fight Schalke a little earlier on. I mean, a lot of LCS pros with their eyes fixed on this game, because of course one of these teams may end up joining the LCS, talking about how Pridestalker, I believe it was Perks tweeted that Pridestalker was one-shotting LCS players with Rengar when he was 13.
Exactly,
so, I mean, it's always deadly if he ends up getting it, but I doubt it's going to happen.
Exactly. And on the other side of the coin as well, Vanda had an interview in the middle of the Challenger Series split and said he thinks that Upset could be the new Sven. You know, you've got great players, standout players from either side. Selfie has always been up there along, you know, probably A tier rather than S tier of European mid laners. Smitty J has consistently been a good player, as has Lulek. So as much as one side of the coin says Misfits Academy have these great players, the other side of the coin also says, well, Schalke can match them.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder on PGL was talking about how Schalke, in his mind, were, you know, contending with that middle of the pack LCS squad, talking about how much better they were. And of course, like 2 LCS teams may have to face one of these teams. Well, will have to face one of these teams in the promotion tournament, because that is what is on the line here. A win in this series puts that team into the promotion tournament alongside currently Origin.
And Origin will not have the choice of which team they face in that promotion tournament either. Whoever gets knocked out of Group A will, because Origin cannot match up to the match differential between the 2 teams. So Origin will face whoever the team from Group A thinks is the better challenger team, which across the split, you have to think is the winner of this. Because even if Misfits Academy win this, it shows they're better than Schalke.
Right. And Schalke was the team that everybody said, oh, beware Origin, everything's going in that way. Well, if the memes are to be believed, Schalke will be able to reverse sweep this series. But if the gameplay from average over 3 games is to be believed, Misfits Academy have a lot to say about that still.
You can average over 3 games, or you can average over an entire season. Stress. And if you look just at the last game, Misfits Academy didn't take a single tower. Schalke took 8, which is a lot better than their average of 5 towers for one. But still, Misfits Academy have shown us that they have the opportunity to sometimes play better than Schalke.
Let me cherry pick stats.
Okay, well, you do that. But we all know there are lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Let's just go for confirmation bias. At the end of this series, we'll say we said it the entire way.
Results-orientated decision-making, right? Yeah, so Misfits Academy won the first 2 games, so they must be the better team. Schalke won this one, so they must be improving better over time. That's how it works. Malzahar, 100% win rate in the EU Challenger Series playoffs, so he is OP. That's how our
That's true. That's true. So is Rengar.
I don't think Malzahar is as strong as he used to be, but still does give you that go button, which is exactly what Schalke needed in that last game.
It changes things from being with the team waiting and reacting to, okay, now we're the team flashing in, getting the engage, setting up the fights, and that's where Schalke have looked a lot more comfortable. As much as, you know, we see teams win with Ezreal, Victor, probably not good to do if you're just going to lose the early game.
Definitely.
I figured out what it is. Look at the hair, Lulex. He's gone Super Saiyan.
He's been Super Saiyan the entire series.
No, but he's like now pushed it. It's like in the wind.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that's not a surprise.
Trying to get power range is in the 9,000s or so. Now, Schalke have banned out the Rengar as we start this one up. At least once again for Misfits Academy, really don't want to face up against Lulex on that. At least he played it the last time these two teams met and was devastating on it. So it's
Camille
not
banning
too much of a surprise. You really think Camille ban?
I
first
think
rotation?
it's either a ban or a first rotation for Misfits Academy. I think it ended up being too good that unless they're going to play the Renekton into it, I think Misfits Academy should get rid of it. Previous games, they've got rid of Gragas and Ivern on the red side would be the third ban that comes through.
I wouldn't be surprised, in all honesty, if Camille gets let through a little bit more, because that Renekton counter pick is available, and because I'm not sure Schalke will pick it up in the first rotation, but I might be shocked, I might be wrong. Lulu is the first ban, and Malzahar actually taken away from Misfits.
I like that Mal's ban. Likely would have been a first pick coming through from Schalke. Now Schalke kind of look at other areas. Supports Lulu, Mal's are now gone, so maybe a Zyra, but I don't know whether you first picked that at this point. You look to the top lane if they want that Nautilus. I know it's away from the Camille, but you could Camille here as well.
Things like Kha'Zix are still available, Lee Sin. Tahm Kench actually a priority for Misfits thus far. Been picked up for Schalke this time out.
And Tahm Kench has been a great champion for supports like Vander who want to playmake, get themselves across the map and set things up in their favor. So I like it out of Schalke. They deny it from Dreams as well.
This draft with the Tahm Kench pick is looking a lot more like the drafts that Schalke won week 5 with. They had that Tahm Kench in both the games, Elise in both the games as well, which Misfits Academy is obviously respecting with that Elise ban. The Karma lock in here for Misfits is reminiscent as well of that era. So this feels to me much more like Misfits Academy are starting to go back to what they did in the actual Challenger split.
Lee Sin again here then out of Schalke would make sense. You could go Kha'Zix is the other one, but I agree with you. Going more towards what we saw out of them week on week.
I hadn't seen it fully before.
See, that's what I meant.
I could see what you mean. Windswept. Windswept.
And if it's Lee Sin again, I think that's goes in favor.
It's apt.
He's been charging this up now for 4 games.
Takes you a couple of games to really, you know, get those Dragon Balls, charge yourself up. I never actually watched Dragon Ball Z as a child.
So that's about as far as
we could go with that analogy. But now Schalke looking for their final pick. There's a lot available here. You could pick safe mid. You could pick your AD carry if you wanted.
Talia works. They got it. I think that's a good setup. So there aren't too many matchups that Talia can get punished with. I mean, you push out, you're looking to snowball other lanes. You're not necessarily working for yourself, but I was going to say, if there's one thing that Talia can struggle with, it's all-in and mobility, and that is exactly what CosQ wants to bring.
Yeah, and the one time CosQ played Katarina in the actual split, he went 8, 4, and 17 in his game, so he is very adept at working his magic with Katarina. Camille banned for Misfits Academy on the second rotation. No real surprises there. And now we'll see what Schalke want to focus out. Could be the AD carry role. Could, of course, be top as well. I
think if you ban away top laners here, Misfits Academy are in a rough spot. As you said, also, AD carry, but both teams are still looking for their AD. So Ezreal, Caitlyn, Jhin, all available. We've seen a lot of Caitlyn and a lot of Ashe is the other pick we've seen.
Yeah, Yuki's played Ashe in every single game, I think, isn't he? I believe that is the case.
We're both double-checking now. Yeah, he has. Misfits Academy have played Ashe in all 3 games.
It's going to be the top lane focus here, though, with the Rumble ban away from Jisoo. He had such impact on that game 1. Next up, I would not be surprised at all if we saw Nautilus getting taken off the cards here.
I think it's a solid ban here. I also like, or I would normally like Misfits, this Ashe ban. Thing is, Misfits Academy clearly not prepared to first pick it here. They want to get priority over the blind pickable top laners, I suppose.
It seems a little bit odd because you have the option to counterpick your top, or pick an AD carry second. And with the Gragas off the cards, Jisu's really falling back to the Nautilus here.
And look at what they're doing. Like, Schalke taking away the AP top laners and forcing Misfits to only have basically one real source of magic damage in a Katarina. That if Kat falls behind, is not going to have that kind of impact in fights, right? Like, yes, she does obviously snowball incredibly heavily, but it's not reliable.
And sometimes it can be difficult to get on towards that Talio as well. It's going to be the Nautilus pick here for Misfits Academy, picking a safe top laner. They know there aren't really any main counters available. Even Renekton struggles at times in that matchup.
We may still see the Renekton come through, though. A backline AD carry right here. Jhin will have a lot of distance away from this Katarina, and if we do end up seeing something like... there's like Maokai Trundle that could be played. Smitty J is a known Trundle player for a long time. Vizichachi from the Unicorns of Love has played it into tanks and wouldn't be the worst of matchups. Oh, we were looking for a lane to snowball. Well, there's one for you. We saw this attempted in the LCS by, I think it was Fnatic this past week. No, it was Roccat against Fnatic, and Roccat ended up losing in game 1.
That's a great Kled pickup, and it's going to be the Ezreal finally here for Misfits Academy. I'm a little bit worried for Misfits because of their inability to actually CC someone to crowd control them. Really, they only have the Nautilus for that, and then you've got the Tahm Kench Devour. So usually I was worried with the Jhin pick because they can get jumped on really easily, but having the Tahm Kench there provides you a lot more safety.
Oh, I'm worried for Misfits Academy here. If CosQ doesn't snowball, their only real damage source for a long time in this game is going to be Pride Stalker, but that's a big if. You've got to try and stop this Talia going over to the Kled lane and denying that kind of snowball from topside.
There's such speed as well from Schalke 04. You've got Abyssal Voyage, you've got Weaver's Wall, you've got the Charge, which you have to say that way, I've been told by the Riot Overlords. So it's the same with Gnar. You have, if it's got an exclamation mark after it, you have to say it like that. Super Mega Death Rocket! They're all exclamation mark abilities.
I didn't know that was the thing.
Yeah, as a color caster, you wouldn't really need to think about it too much.
I guess not.
Play-by-plays have to think about it, and you know what you guys need to think about? Tweeting in at us with the hashtag EUCS. If you think Schalke 04 will take us to Silver Scrapes in a Game 5, it's hashtag S04 win. If you think Misfits Academy will close it out and take their spot in the EU LCS promotion tournament, hashtag MFA win. Gonna get on to Summoner's Rift in just a second. Stress. You're worried, are you, for Misfits Academy here?
A little bit. We've gone the other way on the draft, although CosQ and his Katarina, you mentioned it, has played it before, had a good game on it.
8-4-17 is a pretty diabolical game. Can be destructive and devastating. It'd get you an S+ in most solo queue games as well, which is the important thing, of course, getting those mastery points.
I don't think that's quite what the players have on their mind of being on the line right now, since a win in this series, Misfits Academy, if they pick up this one game, will make it to the promotion tournament. Opposite, potentially, Origin, who have already been put in that promotion tournament spot. Schalke still need 2 games to get that.
Well, for Schalke, this is just a normal, regular day EU Spring Split, Challenger Series Spring Split, isn't it? You know, need to just 2-0 an opponent. They've done it 5 times before. Perhaps they can do it once again. Misfits Academy will be looking for that final elusive win that was so close to their grasp. I think if I were Misfits Academy, I'd be slightly bolstered by the fact that last game, they didn't get ahead and lose. You just lost the game. It's not like you had a lead and you were this close and then it fell through your fingers. They just lost the game. So here, they can reset, they can rethink, and they can try and just shut Schalke down.
Selfie came bot just to try and harass down. Of course, we'll have that passive to move back up to mid lane quickly, and that's one of the reasons why you can do this. Of course, Ignite on this Katarina, Selfie opting for Exhaust, Vanda opting for Exhaust. It's almost like Cat needs a lot of damage to, or like puts out a lot of damage and ends up resetting.
As much as there have been exhaust nerfs, we still see it into like Zed, into Katarina. Double exhaust is so good.
Still good against mages, because the damage reduction part of it is still absolutely worthwhile. Another thing that is going to throw a spanner in the works in this is oddly the Kled up against the Katarina at times, because obviously Kled has a moment where he becomes untargetable and won't take damage as he jumps off Skull. So there is that moment where Smitty J will be prolonging fights, and also has that bear trap. So if Death Lotus does go off, you can pull the trap.
Takes a little bit of time to set that trap.
It does.
Make it a little bit more difficult, but they've got, you know, Seismic Shove, you've got Kick, you've got Vanda who can devour up an opponent as well, or devour someone caught in the Death Lotus. So there are many ways for Schalke to deal with that Katarina.
Look at what Selfie's doing here, is started the recall to try and, I don't know whether he was faking going back from the lane, but at least he's dropping back to try and defend. Doesn't really feel confident enough to like take any of the Raptors. It's early on, so doesn't want to steal that much experience from Lulex, but nevertheless, trying to keep Cosq guessing where he is in the lane at all times, trying to defend against Pride Stalker.
It stops Pride Stalker being able to go in for those Raptor steals as well that we've been talking about so much. So much XP just on those small ones, even if you can take 2 or 3 away, you can really slow down the enemy jungler. Both junglers pathing down towards the bottom side. Looks like Lulex is doing a slightly slower clear as he begins just to set up around his red buff. We do have a pause coming out. We'll find out what's going on exactly here as we wait to get back on into the game.
I think I can give an update. Upset was frantically kind of pulling his mouse. I believe it's a mouse issue. We'll wait to get that officially
we'll get it confirmed. We know it is a Schalke pause, and Upset does look like he's switching some things out, so we'll have to just wait and see to make sure we know exactly what's going on. But what's going on in this early game? Not much at the moment, Stress.
Not much, but it's still, that's to be expected. We're only at level 3. We've not had any shenanigans. It was a mouse issue with Upset. Gives a wink to the camera. He's trying to showboat.
Well, just the wink caught me off guard, in all honesty. I'm used to being the one winking at the camera rather than being winked at. And Upset's still obviously confident in the fact that Schalke can win this. After the last game, I think you would be. They played incredibly well. If you were to predict where the early action is going to happen, or if any early action is going to happen at all here, Stress, are we waiting for level 6? Are we waiting for Selfie to be able to roam around the map?
I'm thinking top lane. I'm thinking Selfie and Lulex are going there for this Kled to try and kill Jizu. Nautilus in the top lane. We are heading back into the game in just a second.
There we go. Straight back on into the action. Nostradamus, you are today, Stress.
I got told by production we were going back in.
Mate, you need to keep the mystery. You need to keep the magic of esports alive. Well, Misfits looking for a bit of magic of their own as they try and take down the giants that are Schalke. But Schalke fighting back in that game 3, have taken us to game 4. And now, once again, have drafted a composition that has a little bit more in the early game and perhaps can fight up against this Misfits Academy squad.
Bear trap accuracy, not really that great.
It's not a bear.
That's true.
That's the problem.
Probably doesn't have that much effect, really. I mean, I know...
It's like trying to crush metal. It
exactly,
really work,
exactly. Well, I mean, there's like a whole... Anyway, bear trap, not the best thing for that. Schalke, however, seeing if they can set the trap for Misfits Academy in this bottom lane. You can see Lulex Upset was taking damage, trying to trade, just be like, bait them in, everything's okay. But it doesn't actually result in anything.
Misfits do have the pushing lane and down towards that bottom side, though, and it's something we've talked about time and time again, is the ability for junglers to get some deep vision in, to track their enemy jungler, using these pushing lanes for quicker reactions from their teammates if they go for something aggressive. Here we see them just pushing back that Jhin and the Tahm Kench, which is to be expected, and Schalke not actually able to do much around it yet. Yeah,
of course, Tahm Kench, especially early levels, doesn't really have any ability to counter any push. Lulex going in aggressive topside, may not have wanted that, but gets out alive.
Jumps away. Cosq's going to come in from the side as well, but this is the power of Talia. You can track someone across the wall.
I was going to say may not have wanted it, but I was looking at what the wave was. Despite Selfie still having quite some way to go to push Cosq back, Selfie had moved out of the lane first. It wasn't necessarily about the minions on this exchange. This was more about where the players themselves were. Smitty J is going to take this trade because he knows he's about to go untargetable.
He's got the pocket pistol as well if he wants to try and trade back in. Tries to build that courage back up.
Lulex.
Lulex has flash. Flash.
I was predicting the flash. Yeah. It looks bad. That looks bad, but there's going to be one time where his opponent
it's the highlight reel play,
exactly, and you pre-predict it.
I do that with every Thresh hook in games. My teammates are like, oh, you're bad. It's like, no, they could have flashed. They
were going to flash. It was going to mad life. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll get him next time.
Jisoo TP's back into the top lane, and Smitty. This is the thing. Something we see a lot with Gnar and with Kled is their ability to regenerate health in the lane. However, Jisoo's going aggressive, and Smitty's just going to have to jump away. Can't get away from the dredge line, and of course, Flash might have to be used here by Smitty J. Gets underneath his tower.
Oh.
Jisoo can't quite chase him down.
Just not quite enough to kill Smitty J. That was a little fortunate with his skull timing on that one, but Jisoo nevertheless TP back into lane. We'll see whether Smitty J opts for exactly the same. Yes, his TP does just get channeled. Going for lane dominance and damage. Double Dorans, double longsword. Kozku trying to kill Selfie.
Death Lotus Ignite comes out as well, and Selfie's going to tick, boom, down. Kozku gets first blood.
Well, that was going to be the worst thing that could happen for Schalke if Kozku gets the 1v1 kill against Selfie. Selfie couldn't stop the damage coming from Kozku. Doesn't flash out early enough, and Selfie ends up dying. That is the snowball they did not want to see.
Unexpected as well. Selfie's been the mid laner across the split that has really had these 1v1 outplay moments. He's been the guy showing up big. Kozku's been much more reserved, playing Cassio, playing Ryze. Here, really shows up on this Katarina. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, Kozku jumps to the first dagger. The second dagger even clipped Selfie, and that was the difference. Selfie didn't get away from all of that damage in time. Kozku just punishing that mid lane matchup. We talked about how picking this Talia early does have a couple of tough matchups if there's a burst mage that is able to do that on the other side. Kozku plays that exchange near flawlessly, gets the kill.
Lulex has managed to gain himself a level advantage over Pridestalker at the moment, and it's coming up towards the top lane, perhaps to see if he can catch out Jisoo. Bear Trap on the rope will pull him back. Upset eaten up. Yuki and Dreams are going to go aggressive here because Vander's going to get locked up. Does have the thick skin. Yuki's low on mana, so can't go for the all-out engage, but he's going to keep chasing. Dreams flashes in. Doesn't quite take down Vander. Exhaust use heal as well from Schalke Null Fear. Yuki's going to continue throwing out those Mystic shots.
Oof, both teams taking that trade and not really respecting the flow of damage through that. Look at top lane, Pridestalker's on his way.
Yeah. Depth charge comes out.
Yeah.
It's an interaction we haven't really thought of. That's great. Depth charge away from the depth charge.
Yeah, that's one
Can't
of the...
catch me.
One of the reasons why we've started to see this Kled a couple of times, as we said, we saw Faxi trying to play it up against Soaz to a losing effort, unfortunately, but Kozku wants to snowball bot side. Vander and Upset too far pushed up here.
No vision on Kozku. There is an exhaust up for Vander. Kozku's going to jump in. Devour comes down. Kozku keeps going with the chase. Vander's low. The thick skin's going to go down, and Dreams will take the kill. Kozku dives, though, onto Upset, trying to bounce his way around. Just can't get enough. Upset will take him down and now open up the curtains. Get taken out with the True Shot Barrage. You stand still, I'm sniping you down, says Yuki, and escapes the Sonic Wave.
Oh, that was unfortunate for Upset. They thought that with the damage that Lulex would be able to continue, but Upset didn't take into account that Yuki still had his ultimate, and as soon as he entered that curtain call stance, it takes too long to break it. And Schalke on the back end of that. This has been good roams out of Misfits Academy as Schalke go aggressive. Kozku is on the way down already, so Vander knows that he's basically doomed. Has to flash, get the Devour. Good timing on it, and the exhaust comes out. Vander does everything that he can do here to stay alive. Upset does a great job as well, stays alive, and just I laughed. I probably shouldn't have laughed. But
you just don't think of it in the moment.
I wasn't thinking about it, and as soon as it came and casted to the bottom side of that, Upset, that's got to feel bad.
Upset probably didn't think of it either, because Yuki hits level 6 off the kill onto Vander and gets enough mana from that as well to be able to use the True Shot Barrage.
Oh, that's painful. That's just fortunate in favor of Misfits Academy. And you can see now they've got a decent spot to be in. The Katarina still has picked up that kill now, has 2 assists on top of it as Misfits Academy. This is more like game 1 and 2, dare I say.
Yuki's going aggressive once again, has the Sheen, as the tier stacking up. Pridestalker is waiting around the corner, but this is Misfits doing what they need to do to force Schalke behind, and we heard it in the pre-series interview, Misfits saying sometimes if Schalke fall behind, they don't react that well to being in that situation, to being on the back foot. Vander's definitely on the back foot here as he tries to spit Upset away. The True Shot Barrage will come out. He tries to use the thick skin to survive, but Misfits Academy are going to continue to chase down. Collateral damage doesn't hit.
They didn't kill him.
Dreams is tanking the tower, and they have not killed Vander.
They didn't get the kill. Vander this time is able to do enough to survive. Cosq forced away from a mid lane fight, and Misfits Academy again trying for a bot lane play, doesn't quite pay off. Lulex has had a lot less impact in this game than Pride Stalker, which is the opposite of game 3 of this series. But Schalke, they haven't lost enough for this to be looking completely like game 1 and 2 yet. They still are in a decent spot.
Exactly. And this is where the patient play we saw from them in game 1 and game 2 will pay off once again. They just need to take a step, take a breath, say, look, we can reset this game. We're not far behind at all. It's only 800 gold. And they'll know that. Like, as much as they can't see the exact gold figures, they'll know they're only a couple of kills behind. They'll know they're not
telling him no.
Too far behind on CS. They should definitely be telling him no, because at the moment, he's just dead. Lulex tried to flash, tried to jump the wall, cannot do it. The curtain call opens up as they look for the snipe onto Cosq, can jump over to Yuki. Great team play there.
TP coming in from behind though.
TP
Misfits
in behind
aren't
them.
done.
Cancelled straight away. Second one cancelled as well. That's smart because there's a Weaver's Wall possibility from Selfie.
Yeah, Selfie had just used it out behind. It was as the TPs were coming through. I believe he was trying to box Yuki and Cosq into the lane. Nevertheless, on this one, Misfits Academy continue to extend their lead, this time finding Lulex on the aggressive path. Lulex hadn't really cleared out all of the vision control there with the rest of the team, so Schalke caught on the wrong side of the river. Now they have to run away.
We talked about Smitty J being on a carry, and we alluded back to Vander's interview. He's got the Kled. We haven't seen a huge amount of Kled across the split, and it seems very difficult to actually lock down exactly what the point of Kled is in this matchup.
Well, there's a couple of things that Kled theoretically should do later on. He is a decent split pusher and flanker, and that is one thing that Schalke can work and build around. Also, you saw the interaction with the Nautilus is one part of that. The interaction with Katarina and her resets is going to be another part of that. So it's not necessarily a pick that specifically is like, it's going to crush Nautilus late on, because Naut gets very, very tanky.
Much more for the team fight, for that team play that we saw so well out of Schalke in the last game. They're 1,000 gold behind as we enter the sort of middle portion of this game. Laning phase still going on. No towers really being chipped away at either by either of these two teams, but neither team really has a great tower push.
Misfits are coming bot again, looking for the setup. If they can get Cosq in.
Still no flash for Upset. It'll be up in just a second. It'll be up actually by the time any fight begins. They've got river control, although there's one ward just spotting Yuki out as he steps up forward. And there is a Drake on the cards. It's an Earth Dragon, which is Mountain Dragon, which is quite important, especially for that true damage to later dragons into the balance.
Smitty J is already down here in the mid lane though.
Charging underneath the tower, he's going to get back around, but Cosq will just dodge away. Bear trap on the rope will not connect.
Actually gave him the escape.
I think that moment it needed the silence we provided it. It needed that space to breathe as a play. But that's the problem with Kled. If you commit, you're going in.
Yeah,
you can't cancel that ult.
Not a lot of space for Schalke though.
Oh, Vander's cancelled. Has to flash. That's a big summoner spell.
Yeah. One of those rescue functions now not quite so available for Vander. Flashing forward, we've seen it a couple of times where Dreams has saved Yuki or Pride Stalker and engages on that Tahm Kench, so no longer there.
And that's river control as well succeeded, because you can't step forward with a Tahm Kench doesn't have that flash available. They've got an okay ward control in the moment. Schalke have one or two that will spot out any dragons. And it's been a pretty tense and slow game. Misfits Academy are taking a little bit of a lead, about 1,500 ahead, 1,300 at the moment. But across the board, pretty even in every single role. No big CS discrepancies.
I must say, though, that my confidence in Schalke's ability to bounce back in-game is quite heavily rocked. Looking at games 1 and 2, how they played around what should have been a turtle in composition, I feel like even a slight lead for Misfits Academy is putting the pressure on Schalke now to do what they couldn't do in games 1 and 2. And that's not something we thought would be a worry for this Schalke team, because they were down against PSG, they came back into it. They were down against Misfits Academy in game 2 of their best of 2 and came back. Not in games 1 and 2 of this series.
It's where discipline comes into it as well. You know, Schalke talked about it. They said we're a disciplined lineup. We know what we need to do at what parts of the game, their shot calling is a team affair rather than a single member calling it, and perhaps that's what cost them the first couple of games, because when you're behind, it's very difficult as a team to make shot calls. Everyone goes quiet. Everyone's like, oh, I need to focus on winning my lane. Jisoo and Smitty are going to trade here. Pridestalker is on his way up as well. The depth charge comes out. Smitty J will flash it. Still gets knocked up.
But look at bot side. This is where the play is really happening for Schalke. This is what they need to do, and this is the kind of play that we had seen Schalke make throughout the regular split when behind, where it's defend on one side and make a play on the other. You don't want to go aggressive on both of these, and Smitty J knows that. That's why he's flashing away early, getting away from the situation. And Schalke have already taken tower first blood. Maybe now they can go mid lane and look for something, or at least the dragon. I forgot that it was available as Lulex is taking it down.
Getting the Earthdrake is great. Misfits Academy will trade it for a tower in the top lane, but a little bit slow on that. They lose out in just pure value of the objectives because it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Schalke.
Yeah, 2-for-1. Now Selfie can just get away from this. Vanda eats them up. Another defensive tool against this Katarina.
Coscu did use the Death Lotus there, didn't use the Ignite. Jisoo's looking for the side flank on this because there is Pridestalker on the way. Yes.
Not so good.
There's no depth charge. There is no charge either as that gets stopped. Pridestalker's just coming behind where the tower used to be. And Smitty J is caught between a rock and an anchor. Don't think he's going to be able to get away from this. Pridestalker will get him down. Misfits Academy 5-1 up.
And this time Schalke don't have anything to react with. The True Shot Barrage comes through. Yuki clears out the range minions, and Misfits can hold on to the tower. What they're doing here, though, is putting Coscu out in the side lane, basically hoping Selfie is the one that comes out to him. I don't think they're going to keep Coscu in the side lane for like the entirety of the game, because while Cat can move from lane to lane quickly and can 1v1, so much of this comp is based on getting those kills in the fights and resetting, as always with the Katarina composition.
This just felt like overextension from Smitty J more than anything.
It was. Just after we praised him for playing defensively on the one side as the rest of Schalke make a play on the other, everybody else on Schalke isn't making a play. Smitty J is trying to play forward in the lane and ends up getting taken down. He knows it at this point, but this is where this fatigue plays into decision-making as well, right? We're now in game 4 of a 5-game series. TP's coming through. We're going to go into a fight.
Yeah, Jisoo looking for the flank. Deadly Flourish will land and lock him up. It's the Nautilus. Very tanky, even with Smitty J teleporting in. Not sure they chase this down. Bear Trap on the rope comes out, as does the Curtain Call, but Misfits Academy are just going to back away from this one. They retreat. There is a Weaver's Wall trying to lock out Dreams. He'll get caught on the wrong side. Flashes over it. Curtain Call doesn't connect, and now actually Misfits Academy might look for the re-engage. Jisoo came back in. Here's Coscu, jumps in, exhausted straight away. Death Lotus, Coscu's dead. One will fall in response as Schalke continue to look for the trades. They've got two. They've got Skarl, and Smitty J will joust his way away, jumps over the wall. Lulex does aggro the Rift Herald, and actually Misfits Academy might continue to look for this, but Schalke somehow get out alive and take down 2.
Key exhaust and then crowd control came out from Schalke onto Coscu, and you can see how difficult it is for Katarina to go in when all of those tools are available. Both exhausts look like they got used at almost the same time out of Schalke, which is excusable because it saves the fight for them. We'll take another look. They box Dreams in, Flash comes through to get Dreams out of the fight, and they drop the wall, which allows Misfits Academy to actually reposition. Coscu's already half health at the beginning of this, jumps onto Upset, instant devour, great health from Vanda, exhaust was on, and Jisoo dies. It was Jisoo that had taken so much damage throughout the entirety of the fight, and Misfits Academy could not continue.
Look at how low everyone is on that team as well. If that exhaust hadn't come down straight away, you're losing at least 1 or 2 members. Coscu still had his Ignite as well at the end of that fight, so decided not to go in all guns blazing, but this is Schalke's decision-making, this is their shot calling, and you wonder whether Misfits needed to take the fight. It felt perhaps like they may have overstepped ever so slightly. Smitty J's going to chase in here. There's a teleport behind him, though. Coscu's going to try and dodge around the Abyssal Voyage use. Coscu's going to go down towards the bottom side, but Nautilus, Jisoo decides he doesn't want to be there because Schalke had 4.
This is the thing, is Katarina can 1v1 Selfie. He cannot 1v1 Smitty J, and Coscu just didn't really predict that situation well enough. Smitty J is strong enough that he can auto-attack him down a couple of times, and that spells the end.
And this is Schalke's decision-making really coming to the fore. Misfits Academy overstepping ever so slightly. We've seen Coscu getting caught out, and this is where Misfits Academy really need to step up their game and understand how they want to play into Schalke.
Yeah, and there's some key items that I think Schalke will end up getting. that will really help against this Katarina. I'm anticipating at some point a locket coming out from Vanda, get that shield for the team. Obviously, redemption, core item already there as well. The same kind of thing. You preemptively, if you can get it down as people are starting to lose their health through that exhaust, the timing should just about work out. Then you get the Zhonyas for Selfie at some point. Upset has enough with a Devour to keep him alive, and Smitty J will end up getting a Guardian Angel, and you really run into a difficult time for Katarina because she's very unlikely to get fights within the rotation of those items being on cooldown for a second time.
That's what we were saying in picks and bans to some degree as well. Coscu's the AP threat here for Misfits Academy. There's a lot of magic resist being built up on the side of Schalke 04. You just said, I didn't actually see.
Gone low damage for Misfits.
Yeah.
It's Iceborne Gauntlet, Ezreal. Everybody recently has been opting towards the Trinity Force. Iceborne gives you great ability to kite. Does give you decent damage on your Qs, but that really is just about it. It's a lower damage build that you need to supplement with damage from elsewhere, which would be great if it was reliable and not a Katarina. Like, Kat can carry the team fights, and if Schalke make a mistake and don't have an exhaust available, then Kat will win the fights for them. But on their own, very difficult for Misfits Academy. Like, now the exhausts are back up. Schalke are safe again.
And Misfits Academy just wondering how they take a fight as well.
Yeah.
Smitty J pushing up in this side lane. Jisoo can counter push, but can't really deal with the Kled. Has got a Sheen for himself. Now Smitty rotates quicker, of course, because he has that charge if he wants to get around the map.
I think the other difficulty about Iceborne is there's so many ways of Schalke closing distance quickly that you're not really kiting a Kled or a Talia or a Tom Kench.
Or a Tom Kench.
Lee, yeah, there's a lot.
You can kite the Jhin, yeah. As he pops the Curtain Core, you can stop him from moving
Don't
from
worry,
that spot.
as he's 2,000 range away, you could... It could still work.
It makes you a little bit tankier as well if the Kled does get on top of you. Gives you perhaps another second or so to try and escape.
Extra, CDR.
Yeah.
It's not like you get that from other sources anyway.
Schalke once again going for their second dragon of the game. We've seen in games they win their objective controls just that much better. They took all the dragons last game, took the Baron, didn't lose a tower here. They've lost one, but are still looking pretty darn dominant. Jisoo's going to get caught out by Smitty J. The rest of Misfits are trying to respond, but the Weaver's wall comes out. Selfie actually on the wrong side, gets taken out. Misfits Academy take one in response. The depth charge comes out. Here is the Curtain Call. Jisoo trying to flash away the heal. Used and Dreams flashed in the way of the Curtain Call shots. Smitty J now on the retreat, backing away. Can't do it. Coscu gets one. He's looking for two. He's looking for three. He's looking for more, but Misfits Academy can't quite get close enough. Flash in. Coscu. Lulek's dead. Now the Death Lotus upset. Not going to be able to get away unless he flashes. It's a triple for Coscu, and the Katarina pops off.
There's the mistake out of Schalke, and is it the mistake that kills their summer split LCS hopes? Because Misfits Academy are moving to the Baron. They're 2 games up in this series, and a costly mistake. Coscu will find upset.
It's an ace. Coscu gets an unofficial quadra, and he has been unstoppable this game. The Baron's gonna go down for Misfits. This is only the 5th Baron Schalke 04 have ever lost in the Challenger Series, and it might be the last Baron they ever get to contest.
And this was how the fight started. Schalke going on to Jisoo, and you can see Selfie got pulled off the wall right into 3 members of Misfits, didn't take it all the way to the end. The shots from the Curtain Call are doing nothing at this point from Upset, and they're trying to get the rest of the team out, but look at it. Low health first reset. Low health off the second one as well, and it's only a matter of time. The exhaust is early. They're trying to create as much space, but the flash into the bouncing blade. Coscu with the Death Lotus opens it up. Vanda didn't get the grey health, and Misfits Academy are in full control of their destiny. It looks to be almost inevitable that they'll take down Schalke.
Inevitable it may seem, but we have seen so many twists and turns today. Misfits Academy taking the first 2 games with the first shot of the day. Smitty J might get collapsed upon here by Misfits. I'm not sure they get in range. Pridestalker's going to jump the wall, but they've just forced him back. They're looking for towers. They're looking for gold. They're looking to get themselves too far ahead for Schalke to contest.
Yeah, they have to just weather everything that Misfits Academy are throwing at them, and Schalke right now, it is not looking hopeful. 7-3 and 2 on this Katarina. Gunblade, Zhonya's, Void Staff, Sork Boots, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. CosQ has been trying at this since spring 2015. And again, he's on the cusp of the promotion tournament.
He's been here before, though, and it has not paid off for him. Let's have another look at this mid lane. CosQ jumps in onto Selfie. Just
down. Gets him.
It's great.
Ignite ticks down. Vander couldn't get there. No flash on Vander.
It's interesting you mentioned CosQ's score as well, because before that fight, I had written down a point saying CosQ was 2-1-2 at the start of the game. He was then 2-3-2. And my expectation was Schalke being able to play around him well enough for him to go like 2-5-2 at the end. He's now 7-3-2, picked up 5 kills very quickly recently. The Weavers will come down just to try and split the team. But Smitty's on the wrong side. He jumps over the wall with the charge, and here comes the redemption. Yuki in the backline still putting a lot of hurt down as Selfie gets destroyed. It's a double for CosQ. He's going deep. Misfits are looking for this one. They'll get another tower. They have broken Schalke down.
That's the inhibitor going down in favor of Misfits Academy, and they've gone from being in full control to having a hand already on the promotion tournament spot. They are taking the inhibitor. 25 seconds on Selfie from undefeated to out of the promotion tournament. Misfits are closing in on killing the Schalke dream.
CosQ jumps in once again. The Death Lotus is the death knell for Lulex. The first Nexus tower falls. The second the target for Misfits. They're gonna take it down as well. CosQ's legendary and Misfits Academy are gonna take the game. I cannot believe what I am seeing.
Misfits Academy, it's just the Nexus in front of them.
Selfie and Smitty trying to stop them, but Misfits cannot be stopped. They'll take the Nexus, they'll take the game, and they'll take it 3-1.
Against all the criticism, against all the predictions, Misfits Academy, 3-1, have shut out perhaps the best performing challenger lineup we have ever seen here in the European Challenger Series, and in what a statement series to do it.
I'm just shocked, in all honesty, especially with that last game, because Schalke looked like they were playing as Schalke do. Schalke looked like they had it, and Misfits Academy said, not today. Today is our day. They came up, they rose an inexperienced team, and today they have shown their mettle and shown why they deserve a spot in that promotion tournament.
Pure elation as the final moments went through for Misfits Academy. That's gotta feel good. Everybody counted you out already, and you show up on the day. The first 2 games go convincingly your way, and game 4 is the most competitive of the series, and you take the win.
Just superb play by Misfits all around, and they came back straight into it. So much mental strength from them to be able to take down Schalke Null Fear, when, in all honesty, after Schalke started to win some games, it looked like it was done and lost for Misfits Academy. It looked like they had lost the momentum in the series, which can play such a big factor.
And this will send shockwaves through, because Schalke with the lineup everybody had said were destined to be on the route to a showdown with Origin. Everything the Schalke organization has put into Challenger over the last split after being relegated is all for just a summer spot in Challenger Series, and it's Misfits Academy that have earned their way.
And I have to come back to Pride Stalker as well. He played so well in those first 2 games. In fact, in 3 of the 4 games, he went unkilled. Just dominant play by him, incredibly impactful from that jungle role. He had Lulex's number on so many different occasions. CosQ as well. It seemed like every game a member of Misfits would step up and say, okay, this game's my game to show myself. This game's my game to prove that I deserve a spot in those LCS promotion games. And they're looking like it's the cusp of glory for them. A lot of these players have been waiting around in the Challenger Series for a while. Look at Yuki, look at CosQ. They've been waiting for their chance to reach those big leagues, and it's just around the corner. Commiserations, of course, to Schalke. Many experienced heads there. I'm sure they'll be able to take on the loss, take on board what they need to change, take on board how they need to play next time they meet up in one of these playoff spots. But today it is Misfits Day, and it's just such an incredible game. An underdog story through and through, you have to say. There's a lot still left on the cards, though, for the Challenger Series. This split, of course, we have next week Paris Saint-Germain taking on Fnatic Academy. After that, we've got a week off, and then we've got the promotion tournaments coming up as well. I cannot wait for more games of League of Legends, and I can tell you who else cannot wait. It's Misfits Academy. I'm sure they're coming off this one with a true sense of joy and jubilation. A word I wouldn't usually use when it's just talking about playoffs, but this was such an upset that I think it is a well-deserved word indeed. I believe in just a couple of moments we have an interview with a couple of the Misfits Academy players. Stress is getting set up for that at the moment, which is why you don't see the Hobbit standing next to me. For now, it's just my pretty face that you're going to have to deal with. But once again, we come back to Misfits Academy and say, just well done. Great performance by them all round. Their draft was strong. Credit to Unlimited there. Credit to all their players, especially Jisoo as well, who at times looked under the pressure of that top lane. You saw Smitty J consistently getting kills with that Camille. Jisoo was able to step it up and play perhaps some slightly unusual picks for him as well. We tend to see him on the Nautilus and the Gragas. He moved across to a few different picks. And just, it comes back to the thought that, especially in League of Legends, especially in esports, there's no person who is definitely going to win a game. You know, sometimes we look at SKT and we say, oh, you know, SKT will definitely win. They can be upset. Schalke showed that today as Misfits take the win. Well, for more on Misfits winning a spot in the European Promotion Tournament, Stress is on stage for an interview with two of their players.
Thank you very much, Medic. Very profound words at the end there. You can never count a team to have a certain victory, and I think Pridestalker and Kozq, who are joining me here for an interview after the game, are examples of that. Congratulations on the win for the both of you.
Thank you.
Very hard-earned victory, a very solid victory. Pridestalker, I want to start with you. Your first time here looking for the promotion tournament. Game 1, you get Rengar. Game 2, you get Kha'Zix. How much does it mean to you to put on such a good performance on some of your key champions?
I actually didn't expect it, that we would win against Schalke, because it didn't go that well for us. But turned out we do, and I'm really happy with how it went for me.
Of course, very, very happy with the win here. Puts you in touching range, perhaps, of the LCS. Kozq, we've been in this situation a couple of times, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I've had the pleasure of casting you for 2 years. Katarina, last game, with one win left to take out Schalke.
Yeah.
Was that always going to be the play style for you guys? Like, put everything on your shoulders, or was that your personal decision?
Well, like a lot of players know that I play a lot of Katarina, especially in solo queue and also in scrims against teams. I like to pick Katarina, even in like third pick. If I see the enemy mid lane, I'm confident that I can play Katarina into like champions that doesn't have much CC, then I will just go for it no matter what.
Certainly worked. A lot of help from the rest of your team. We saw Schalke perhaps at times crumble in their decision makings. Were you expecting that, you two? Have you experienced that facing them before?
No, we when we scrimmed them was like with our old jungle Lemmabeer, but it's like a really long time ago, and then we've never scrimmed them ever again. So we didn't know what to expect, but we knew that they were a better macro team than us. But I also knew that if our early game went really well, because in other scrims against other teams, if our early game goes well, we can win games. But if our early game goes bad, it's a bit hard for us.
It's a bit hard. Well, the man to your right here has showed up your guys' early game very well. Pridestalker coming into the team, week 2, there's a big effort on your shoulders. You're a young player. A lot of people have watched your path from your early days on Rengar. Talk to me a little bit about what it means coming in so quickly to the Challenger Series, from being eligible to now being at a spot where you're one series potentially away from the LCS.
Well, at first I was really nervous because knowing I had to play Challenger Series for the first time with like no experience. So the first games I played went a bit hard because like my nerves go up. But now on stage I didn't feel nervous at all. It was nice. I don't know why.
Didn't look like it. I mean, you went 8-0 on one of the games, so no nerves. Are you now nervous, like looking forward to the LCS? Anything like that?
Not right now. I'm just really happy we won because I didn't expect it.
Yeah, certainly very happy. A lot of people had the predictions going the other way. Kozq, finally, I want to ask you now. We've got Origin already locked into the promotion tournament.
Yeah.
we obviously still have next week PSG versus Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, that's true.
In your experience, who do you think is going to be in that promotion tournament alongside Misfits Academy now?
It's really hard to say. We scrim both teams, so and they're both really good at macro. It's like it's kind of the same story. Like I think it's like the chances of Fnatic Academy against PSG. I think it's 50-50 honestly. Like both teams are getting better, and both teams have roster switches. They had roster switches, and for both of them, it's getting better. So I really can't say who's gonna win, and I think it's like 50-50%. Yeah, 50-50.
50-50, you heard it here. Thank you very much, guys. If you just stick with us for just a couple more seconds, we're going to take a look at that schedule for next week's matches for Fnatic Academy versus PSG. The showdown between Yellow Star of PSG and his old organization of Fnatic Academy. A lot on the line there. We've already had one massive upset now with Misfits taking down Schalke 04. Anything could happen. Join us on Sunday, 26th of March. It's going to be a great best of 5. But for now, we're going to say goodbye for the evening. We've got LCS coming back on Thursday. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you guys for a great series. Congratulations again on the win. Misfits Academy 3-1 on the series.
Thanks.
Welcome back. Hello, Jesu.
I love you so much.
The second one does. Here's the shockwave. Miasma comes down. Bright Stalker might go in. Coscu solo, but gets first blood. He's going to die to the... No, he's not. Oh, Coscu! Behind the tower now, Dreams puts the exhaust down onto Lulex, and he's going to be taken out once again. Misfits Academy are on fire.
Here, hey, Hitler no flash. Hitler no flash. Get nose.
I go. Now Schalke on the back foot, just trying to run away from Misfits, but the tank is in reverse gear. Just cannot hold it back. Smitty J is dead. Misfits Academy's dreams are still alive as they go 1-0 up in this series.
Smitty J just let Jisoo go all the way through mid lane.
Depshot's going to knock him up, and Dredgelight's going to pull him back, and Jisoo's going to die. First blood, Schalke not fit.
We get killed? No, we get killed.
Listen, no flash. Listen, no flash, no ulti. Listen, no flash, no ulti.
Nice.
Okay, save. Nice.
TP coming through. Oh no! The team doesn't survive as Coscu takes him down, and now Lulex the target. He's dead as well. Even with the TP, Schalke seem to have lost this fight already, and they're going to take out the second Nexus in this best of 5. It's Misfits Academy 2-0.
I won a 0-2 before, so it's possible, guys. Don't lose hope, okay? Never lose hope. Yes, we can win.
Smitty J tries to put the ultimatum out, but Bright Stalker is there in time and will get first blood. Misfits take him down.
No flash castle. Nice, Smitty.
Look to push in towards it. The Nexus is falling, and Schalke take their first game against Misfits Academy.
Coscu trying to kill Selfie.
Lotus Ignite comes out as well, and Selfie's going to take boom down. Coscu gets first blood.
Nice to jump, guys.
Oh, I can ulti.
It's okay.
Smitty J is caught between a rock and an anchor. Don't think he's going to be able to get away from this. Bright Stalker will get him down.
Nautilus is fighting.
Back in, here's Coscu. Jumps in, exhausted straight away. Death Lotus, Coscu's dead.
Fight together.
For the trades, they've got Skarl, and Smitty J will joust his way away, jumps over the wall, flash in, Coscu, Lulex dead. Now the Death Lotus upset, not going to be able to get away unless he flashes. It's a triple for Coscu. The second the target for Misfits, they're going to take it down as well. Coscu's legendary, and Misfits Academy are going to take the game. I cannot believe what I am seeing. Nice.